Jangan lupa membeli bunga. Selamat datang kepada semua peserta di acara Festival Indonesia. Today's event is presented by the Indonesian Student Associations, or PPIs of Scotland, namely PPI Aberdeen, PPI Edinburgh, PPI Greater Glasgow, along with the Indonesian Society Scotland, also called TIS. Before we begin, I would like to introduce myself as the MC. My name is Matteo Putra, and I was born and raised in Jakarta, Indonesia. I'm currently doing a master's degree in the University of Glasgow, and today I'm more than honored to be your guide to the wonders of Indonesian culture. And today's event won't be possible without the support of our benevolent sponsors. We would like to thank the Indonesian Embassy of the United Kingdom, Bank Indonesia, and also the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia. Once again, would like to deeply thank and appreciate them for this. To ensure the best experience for everyone over here, I would like to outline the ground rules for today's event. Make sure that you are muted, except during Q&A sessions. And please also turn off your video except when asked to turn on. Next, I would like to outline the components of today's event. Today's event will be composed of two main components. Firstly, Festival Indonesia, where we'll be showcased the diversity of Indonesian culture through a short film, video, and demonstrations. And also Diskusi Indonesia, where we'll get the chance to discuss more about this diversity. So, to move on to the main event, we would like to cordially invite the President of the Indonesian Student Association, or PPI of the United Kingdom, Mr. Gatot Subroto, to give his opening remarks. We would like to invite Mr. Gatot Subroto to give his opening remarks. Let us wait for a little bit because Mr. Gatot is still waiting to turn on his video.
Sorry, I'm not allowed to open my video and to unmute myself.
All right, I think you're allowed to right now.
Oh, okay then. Sorry. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Matthew, for your warm welcome. First of all, I would like to say my greeting to Pak Kasan Asari, who will be speak on behalf of our ambassador, and then my colleague, the head of PPI Aberdeen, Edinburgh, Glasgow, all the student, Indonesian Society, and then all the participants, particularly in Scotland area. Welcome to the Festival Indonesia. As a head of PPI UK, I'm very delightful. I'm very proud for this event. In my view, this event is intended to pursue a very noble purpose, that is to introduce Indonesia to foreign society, to international world, particularly in Scotland, the UK. In my view, this is a manifestation of our love to Indonesia, our beloved country. As we know, currently we are experiencing severe COVID pandemic, and I suppose that this event also a small thing that we can do, that we show our empathy to our country, to our nation right now. So we are very sad thinking about all this event. And if you don't mind, Matthew and friends, maybe we ask all of us to do kind of to observe in silence for let's say approximately within 1 minute, just to think, to say our prayer to our nation, to show our empathy to what is going on right now in Indonesia. So I ask permission from committee. Can we do it like observe in silence for, let's say, half a minute, if you don't mind?
Yes,
Okay,
Agaton,
then.
surely.
Yes. So let's the silence begin and say the prayer in our heart. All right. Thank you. Thank you for participating. And then let's move to this Indonesian festival event. Like I said, I believe this is just a small contribution that we as a student in the UK can do for our country. Maybe this is just a very small part that we can play, but I believe maybe other just see this is we just introduce very small, let's say, branch of art, traditional art of Indonesian or traditional play. But I believe this very small part could become a great movement to introduce our country at an international level. I believe in what they call as butterfly effect. We do very tiny things, but it's could bring a much larger effect at the end. So with this event, I believe that we can promote our soft power as Indonesian, especially in the UK. And I hope this festival Indonesia can inspire other PPI or other community, Indonesian society, to also promote our country at the international level. And then to make everything to hope that will be run well. I'm very proud to the hard work of the all committee, especially to the 3 PPI branches in Scotland, PPI Aberdeen, Edinburgh, and Glasgow for this event. This kind of collaboration is very good for us as a student, and I'm very proud for all of you as Indonesian future leader. For all participants, happy enjoy the event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gatot Subrto. And as he highlighted, the situation is pretty dire back in Indonesia. So it will be great for us to somehow support this situation back in Indonesia. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Kashan Ashari, the Deputy Chief of Mission at the Indonesian Embassy to the United Kingdom, to give his opening remarks. So please, Mr. Kashan Ashari.
Thank you very much, Matteo. Good morning, my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to begin by extending warmest regard from Ambassador Desra Percaya to all our friends in Scotland, as well as all participants of this event. Allow me also, on behalf of Pak Desra, to congratulate the Indonesian Student Association in Aberdeen, Edinburgh, and Glasgow for organizing this very important event. We thank you for this excellent initiative to promote Indonesia to our friend in Scotland. I would also like to express our special thanks to the Indonesian Society Scotland, or TIS, for their valuable support of this event. We know that since its establishment in 2017, TIS has been actively helping the Indonesian Embassy not only to disseminate positive information about Indonesia, but also to collaborate with Indonesian students in Scotland in strengthening the engagement between Indonesians living in Scotland with local communities and authorities. Again, thank you very much for this. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, theme of this event is diversity in Indonesia. So let me begin by giving you a glance about how diverse Indonesia is. Indonesia has 270 million population, and this beautiful country is uniquely located between two continents, Asia and Australia. As an archipelagic country, Indonesia consists of more than 7,500 islands and at least 1,300 different ethnic groups. We have over 300 different native languages, and it's a blessing for us that our founding fathers has reached consensus to use Bahasa Indonesia as our national language so we can communicate each other. Indonesia, as we know, has a lot of cultural heritage that is decently called as multicultural country. The richness of its culture is not only in tangible cultural heritage, but also in intangible ones, such as artifacts, traditional food, musical instruments, performing arts, and cultural events. Some of these cultural richness have been awarded by the UNESCO as the World Heritage, and we are proud to share our culture to global community, including today to our friends in Scotland. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, beyond culture, Indonesia is also regarded as a prominent player in the global stage. Indonesia is the world's third largest democracy and the home of the world's largest Muslim population. In this regard, Indonesia shows to the international community that Islam and democracy are compatible. Indonesia is the world's second largest biodiversity, which contributes to 20% of the world's flora and fauna. I'm glad to note that we're able to bring this biodiversity richness to the public in the UK by selecting a special country theme at the Kew Garden Orchid Festival last year. Indonesia is also a member of the G20, and starting for the 1st December this year, Indonesia will serve as president of G20. And our capital, Jakarta, has been affirmed as the diplomatic capital of ASEAN, which generates cooperation amongst the ASEAN 10 members countries with other regions in the world. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, this virtual event today will bring you a bit taste of Indonesia, as you will be able to see, among others, traditional dances, Saman dance from the province of Aceh, Tortor dance from the province of North Sumatra, and Poco-Poco dance from the province of Maluku. Also, audio-visual presentation about our signature dishes, fashion, and tourism, with a special performance of Pencaksilat, an Indonesian traditional martial art. This event will also provide you with some engagement session with such as a batik painting and culinary workshop, as well as interactive cultural dialogue. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is our hope that this event will increase your knowledge and understanding about Indonesia. And we hope when the COVID-19 international traveling restriction is lifted, we encourage you to visit Indonesia to enjoy the richness of our culture. I'm glad to inform you that the embassy manages social media like Instagram and Facebook, which highlight many aspects about Indonesia, including news, tourism, and culture. Please do visit our social media to prepare your next destination to travel to Indonesia. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, once again, we thank you, the PPI in Scotland and TIS, for their valuable and good work in preparing and managing this event. And thank you very much for all dear friends in Scotland and all participants for joining this event. Enjoy this virtual gathering, stay safe and stay healthy. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kashanashari. That was a wonderful opening remarks. Last but not least, we would like to invite the representative of the Indonesian Student Associations of Scotland, called PPI, Mr. Ambroska Ogilvy Damara, to give his remarks. So I would like to invite Mr. Ogi. Hi.
Hi. Okay, thanks, Matt, for a wonderful opening and giving me the floor. I will speak as the representative of students in Scotland to introduce our organization's PPI. My name is Ambroska. Currently, I'm the president of PPI Greater Glasgow. PPI is the abbreviation for Perhimpunan Pelajar Indonesia, or Indonesia Student Association in English. I think I have a slide to present. Okay. So PPI is the abbreviations for Perhimpunan Pelajar Indonesia, or Indonesian Student Association in English. Next. So what is PPI? PPI is an independent society, consists of Indonesian students studying abroad that runs official support from Indonesian embassy. PPI covers many countries in the world. One of them is PPI United Kingdom. There are 32 PPI branches around the United Kingdom with almost 1,300 members. Wow. So yeah, this PPI Greater Glasgow, Edinburgh, and Aberdeen is our part of the PPI United Kingdom. As you can see on the right side as you can see on the right side of some of our pictures, help gathering events in each area. So yeah. Next, which are covered by the PPI itself. So yeah, there are 3 PPI in Scotland, and the PPI Greater Glasgow covering area in Greater Glasgow, including Stirling and Dumfries. So there are almost 130 Indonesian students in Greater Glasgow itself. And then in the PPI Edinburgh covered 3 big areas in Scotland. It's Edinburgh, St Andrews, and Dundee. And the last is a PPI Aberdeen covered the Aberdeen city area. Okay, next. So yeah, it's a very, very short introduction. PPI opens many opportunities to work together related to academic activities, development, and others. So for all of you, please contact us via email and Instagram as seen on screens. That is for ppi.ppiglasgow@gmail.com, ppi.edinburgh@gmail.com, and ppiaberdeen@gmail.com for our email, and as seen on screen is our Instagram. So last but not least, please enjoy the show. Thank you very much. I give the floor back to Matt.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ogi. And from my personal experience, the PPI in Greater Glasgow has helped me a lot. I got my accommodation information, all the food information from PPI. So if any of you guys here are planning to study in Scotland or in UK as a whole, PPI will definitely help you a lot. So now I would like to also introduce shortly the key speakers of today's event. Firstly, on the left side of the screen, Mr. Arif Rangkuti will introduce us to the wonders of Sumatran coffee. On the right side of the screen, Mr. Martin Scott, a Balinese dancer from Belgium, will discuss his point of view of Indonesian culture. All right, so let us move on to traveling through Indonesia, of course through video because of the current condition. You will get to see the wonderful landscapes, traditional dances, martial arts, and cuisine of Indonesia. So firstly, we have a video showcasing the vast seas, green landscapes, lush wildlife, and also the grand metropolitans of Indonesia. This video was kindly provided by the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the tropical heat comfortably through your screen.
Hi, Ben. Yes, Ben.
Hey guys! You ready to go?
I'm super ready.
Yeah, see you there. I'm on my way.
It takes months to make ulos.
Inulus mo yan ang siya mga kinera.
This is the famous Tortur dance. Look at the stunning Holborn Hills. Wow. The fact is, Danau Toba is the biggest caldera lake in the world. So it needs more than just a day to travel here. You have to prove it and see for yourself.
I'm in Jakarta. Modern city. You know, guys, Jakarta has 47 museums that you can visit. Now, I'm going to meet my friend. Wow. This mask, they believe can fight them from bad things.
Hello guys, I'm in Malioboro Street. I'm trying to do batik here. Guys, it's called Wayang Kuli, UNESCO World Heritage. silly people.
Here I am, Labuan Bajo! Look at this view. Oh, it's so beautiful. The Komodo, the last real dragon on Earth. Enjoying this beautiful morning. Let's find our world-class underwater paradise. Hey, turtle! Who doesn't want to roll around in this pink cotton candy sand? I brought this tent.
He's Ryan.
It's the cleanest village in the world.
Let's take a selfie.
Shopping time.
Wonderful Indonesia indeed. I could almost feel the tropical heat all the way from here. Of course, the weather outside over here is okay, but I would personally say that the weather back in Indonesia is way better. So now, let me introduce you to some Indonesian traditional dances. In this next video, we will showcase 3 different dances from 3 different areas of Indonesia, namely Poco-Poco from Maluku, Saman from Aceh, and Tortor from North Sumatra. Enjoy! What graceful moves. I would agree that the beautiful ladies from TES really enjoyed the whole experience, going through the choreography and practicing it over and over again. Trust me, I know since I'm a dancer myself. So now, since we have stimulated our visual senses and also a little bit of our auditory senses, next, we would like to stimulate our auditory senses a little bit more, presenting two Indonesian songs, Tanah Airku and Balonku, which were both performed by my family, by the way. So enjoy.
Tanah air ku tidak kulupakan, kan terkenang selama hidupku. Biarpun saya pergi jauh, tidak akan hilang dari kalbu. Tanahku yang ku cintai, engkau ku hargai. Walaupun banyak negeri ku jalani, yang masyhur permai di kata orang, tetapi kampung dan rumahku, di sanalah ku rasa tenang. Tanahku yang kulupakan, engkau ku banggakan. Balonku ada 5, rupa-rupa warnanya, hijau, kuning, kelabu, merah muda dan biru, meletus balon hijau, hatiku sangat kacau. Balonku tinggal nampak, ku pegang erat-erat.
Listening to those songs really made me miss home, literally. And I think that everyone here would agree that my mom has a wonderful voice right now. So next, we have one of my favorite martial arts of all time in the whole world, called Pencak Silat. So get ready to see the graceful but strong moves. Enjoy!
Halo semua, kali ini saya akan memperkenalkan bela diri pencaksilat dari Indonesia. Salah satunya adalah pencaksilat Tajimalela. Tajimalela ini merupakan perguruan pencaksilat yang berasal dari kota Bandung, Indonesia, dan di bawah induk organisasi pencaksilat Indonesia, yakni Ikatan Pencaksilat Indonesia, atau yang biasa dikenal dengan IPSI. Perguruan pencaksilat Tajimalela didirikan pada tanggal 4 Agustus 1974 oleh Raden Djajat Kusuma, atau lebih terkenal dengan nama Kang Djajat Paramur. Pencaksilat Tajimalela memfokuskan pada 3 potensi untuk dikembangkan, yaitu olah pikir, olah gerak, dan olah rasa, dalam rangka memaknai kehidupan sehingga terciptanya hubungan yang harmonis sesama makhluk hidup, alam, dan Tuhan. Perguruan silat Tajimalela menjadi perguruan silat yang tidak hanya mengajarkan ilmu gerak saja, namun juga mental spiritual. Untuk menghindari terjadinya pengkultusan nama Tajimalela, maka RI Kusuma Dinata menjabarkannya dalam Panca Dharma, yang merupakan pasal bagi segenap anggota perguruan silat Tajimalela, yaitu yang pertama ada TA, taklukkan nafsu, jahat dalam diri. Yang kedua ada DJ, jiwa murni, pangkal peluhuran budi. Yang ketiga ada MA, mantapkan rasa penyerahan diri terhadap Tuhan. Yang keempat ada LE, lekatkan keberanian di taraf kebenaran. Dan yang terakhir ada LA, lapangkan rasa kerendahan di mata kesombongan. Adapun dari teknik dasar pencaksilat ini ada sikap pasang, ada gerak langkah, ada tangkisan, dan juga pukulan-pukulan. Lalu yang paling utama yaitu ada salam pembuka.
It's so great that they outline the values of the martial arts. I really want to learn how to do Panchaksilat because it looks tough but also graceful at the same time. So next on, we have a homegrown band of musicians with members composed of Indonesians in Scotland, specifically in Aberdeen. And I've heard some of them play some time ago, and trust me, they're good. So prepare your ears and enjoy Kicir Kicir.
Jakarta, saya menyanyi ya Tuhan, memang sengaja untuk menghibur hati nan duka. Burung dara, burung merpati, terbang cepat ya Tuhan, tiada tara. Bilalah kita ya Tuhan suka menyanyi, badanlah sehat ya Tuhan, hati gembira. Oh, pap, parirara pap, parirara pap 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 pap. Oh, buah mangga enak rasanya, si mana lagi ya Tuhan paling ternama. Siapa saja ya Tuhan rajin bekerja, pasti menjadi warga berguna. Burung dara, burung merpati, terbang cepat ya Tuhan tiada tara. Bilalah kita ya Tuhan suka menyanyi, badanlah sehat ya Tuhan, hati gembira. Oh, pap, parirara pap, parirara pap 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 pap. Na 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 pap, parirara pap, parirara pap 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 pap. Na 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 na. Kicir-kicir ini lagunya, lagu lama dari Jakarta. 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 Oh, oh, oh. Kicir-kicir ini lagunya, lagu lama dari Jakarta. Kicir-kicir ini lagunya, kicir-kicir ini lagunya.
Oh wow, lagu lama dari Jakarta, an old song from Jakarta indeed. Listening to that song somehow made me remember the hustle and bustle of Jakarta. Even though it's chaotic in a way, it somehow makes me want to keep going back. So now, since we have stimulated our visual and auditory senses from all those videos, let us move on to some interesting workshops. Firstly, we have invited an expert of Sumatran coffee, Mr. Arif Rangkuti. Today, he'll be sharing his expertise in coffee. And joining him is Ms. Niswatil Muna, a coffee enthusiast from Glasgow. So she will moderate the coffee talk for today. And before I pass on the stage to Mr. Arif and Ms. Nis, I would like to remind you, happily, that the first 100 people that are registered for the event are eligible for free Sumatran coffee, flown all the way from Indonesia. Details of the collection will be emailed after the event. So now, let us welcome Mr. Arif and Ms. Nis.
Hello, Matteo. How
Hello.
are you? Hello, Pak Arif. How are you?
Fine. Good morning.
Nice to meet you again. Hello, everyone. All the audience of the Festival of Indonesia. So, Matteo, I will be the moderator for today's session. We will discuss about Sumatran coffee, precisely North Sumatran coffee, with our expert, Pak Arif. Thank you so much, Pak Arif, for joining us. We have a limited time, but I hope it will be a very interactive session. So I suggest all of the audience here who can turn on the camera to participate and also turn their camera. And if you have a coffee mug or a coffee cup, you can also bring it with you so that we can have coffee while chatting with Pak Arif, right, Pak Arif?
Okay.
So before Pak Arif will present, I will explain to you guys who is Pak Arif. Pak Arif is the chairman of North Sumatra Coffee Association. We're so pleased to have him here with us, and he's also the owner of Maga Coffee, one of the coffee shop in Medan, right, Pak Arif?
Right.
Yeah, not only the coffee shop, but also a roastery and also the coffee education center, because Pak Arif is also a certified barista assessor. And he also owns a coffee plantation. So we are in the right hand today. We would like to hear more from Pak Arif, but I will also suggest that if you have some questions for Pak Arif, you can pop your question in the chat, or you can use the raise hand function, and then we will discuss it after Pak Arif's presentation. Because of the time constraint, I will just give the time to Pak Arif to start the presentation. Pak Arif, the time is yours.
Thank you, Miss. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Arif Dermawan Rangkuti. I am chairman of the North Sumatra Coffee Association, and then I also a coffee farmer. I live in Medan, North Sumatra Utara. Okay, Nisa, I would like to present my presentation.
Sure.
I presentation in Bahasa. Mandailing coffee is famous in Sumatera Utara. Also juga dikenal sebagai kopi Mandailing. Jadi kopi Sumatera Utara ini dikenal dengan kopi Mandailing.
So the Mandailing coffee is the North Sumatran coffee. It is well known.
Mandailing coffee sudah populer sejak tahun 1825 di Eropa dibawa oleh pedagang dari Belanda.
So the Mandailing coffee has been popular since 1825 in Europe. It was brought by the Dutch traders.
Perkebunan kopi di Sumatera Utara terletak di puncak Bukit Barisan yang dikenal juga sebagai Belt Ring of Fire dengan tipe tanah vulkanik dan sangat cocok untuk ditanami kopi.
So the plantations in North Sumatra are mainly located in the Bukit Barisan area, or also referred to as the Ring of Fire area, with volcanic type soil.
Pada umumnya, ketinggian lahan kebun kopi di Sumatera Utara 900 sampai dengan 1.500 meter dari permukaan laut, sangat cocok untuk ditanami kopi-kopi Arabica.
So the typical height of coffee plantations is approximately 900 to 1,500 meters above sea level, and it is very suitable for Arabica coffee.
Varietas yang banyak dibudidayakan adalah Sigarantang, Kartika 21, dan saat ini dikembangkan adalah jenis Komasti, varietas Komasti.
Some of the varieties cultivated are Sigarantang, Kartika 21 or 21, and Komesti.
Nah, beberapa daerah penghasil kopi seperti Mandailing Natal, South Tapanuli, kemudian Tapanuli Utara, Simalungun, Karo, Dairi, dan Humbang Asundutan.
Some of the coffee producing areas are, among others, Mandailing Natal, South Tapanuli, North Tapanuli, Simalungun, Karo, Dairi, and Humbang Hasundutan.
Secara garis besar, ada dua proses pasca panen yang dilakukan di Sumatera Utara, yaitu kupas basah dan kupas kering.
There are generally two post-harvest processes in North Sumatra, such as full washed, natural, and semi-washed.
Kupas basah menggunakan air dan kupas kering tidak menggunakan air.
So in this case, the full washed uses water and the semi-washed uses less water.
Pemetikan atau pemanenan buah ceri merupakan peran penting di dalam proses kopi.
One of the important processes is the harvesting or picking of the coffee cherry beans.
Untuk mendapatkan cita rasa kopi yang maksimal seperti bodi, kandungan kafein, dan cita rasa kopi, hanya kopi yang telah benar-benar masak sempurna untuk dipetik.
To ensure that we're able to provide the best tasting coffee beans, the best level of caffeine, and so on, we only harvest the mature beans.
Buah kopi dikupas atau dipulping, kemudian dilakukan proses fermentasi selama 8 jam.
The ripe coffee cherries are then peeled or pulped and then fermented for approximately 8 hours.
Di Sumatera Utara, lama perendaman atau proses fermentasi pada umumnya dilakukan 8 jam.
And the typical fermentation done in North Sumatra usually takes approximately 8 hours.
Setelah dilakukan fermentasi, proses fermentasi, kopi dicuci bersih kemudian dijemur.
After the fermentation, the coffee beans are then washed and then put out to dry.
Setelah kulit tanduk kopi kering dan biji kopi mencapai kekeringan 11 hingga 2 atau minimum 12%, dilakukan pengupasan kulit tanduk dengan alat yang bernama huller.
After drying, we hope to be able to achieve approximately 11 or 12% of dryness level, and we will then proceed with the peeling using an equipment called huller.
Natural process, tujuan daripada natural process adalah untuk meningkatkan cita rasa kopi, terutama rasa buah pada kopi, memasukkan cairan kopi ke dalam biji kopi.
So the main objective or purpose of the natural process is to increase the taste of the coffee itself and to add a fruity taste to the coffee.
Tujuan dari proses naturalisasi, tujuan proses natural adalah memasukkan cairan yang melindungi biji kopi ke dalam biji kopi melalui proses penjemuran.
Another purpose of the natural process is to protect the coffee beans by also providing some liquid during the drying process.
Untuk mendapatkan biji kopi semakin kuat cita rasa buahnya dan menambahkan cita rasa flavor kopi lainnya.
And we can also increase the taste of the coffee whilst adding additional flavoring.
Proses natural sangat bergantung pada cuaca. Proses ini umumnya memerlukan waktu pengeringan 45 sampai dengan 60 hari.
So the natural process strongly relies on weather, and it also requires a drying process of approximately 45 to 60 days.
Proses natural adalah proses kopi yang telah lama dilakukan di Sumatera Utara, sejak pertama kali kopi masuk ke Sumatera Utara.
The natural process has been carried out since a long time ago in North Sumatra.
Lama waktu proses penjemuran akan dapat berdampak langsung kepada cita rasa kopi.
And in this case, the duration of the drying can also impact the taste of coffee.
Semi-wash. Proses ini sangat populer di Sumatera Utara dikarenakan prosesnya yang tidak rumit dan waktu proses juga singkat.
The semi-washed is one popular option in North Sumatra as it is not complex and it doesn't require a lot of time.
Waktu proses kopi semi-wash sampai menjadi green bean diperlukan 7 sampai dengan 10 hari dan sangat bergantung juga pada faktor cuaca.
So in this case, processing for semi-wash till it becomes a green bean is approximately 7 to 10 days, and it also relies on weather.
Pada semi-wash tidak dilakukan proses fermentasi, sehingga pada proses ini rasa buah tidak begitu kuat dibandingkan dengan proses lainnya.
During the semi-wash, there is no fermentation. Hence, the fruity taste of the coffee bean is not as strong as in the other processes.
Berikut ini adalah karakter dasar daripada kopi Sumatera Utara.
Here are the main characteristics of Sumatran coffee.
Karakter dasar kopi Sumatera Utara adalah rasa rempah yang menonjol seperti kayu manis, jahe, gula aren, dan herbal.
The taste of Sumatran coffee is strong in the flavor of herbs, such as cinnamon, ginger, and other herbs.
Banyak rasa buah yang dihasilkan kopi Sumatera Utara seperti rasa buah belimbing, apel, anggur, citrus, pisang, dan lain sebagainya.
There is also a fruity taste in the coffee from Sumatra. For example, starfruit, apple, grape, citrus flavor, and banana.
Dibandingkan dengan kopi lainnya, bodi kopi atau kandungan kafein pada kopi Sumatera lebih ringan dibandingkan dari daerah lainnya.
Compared to other regions, the caffeine content in Sumatran coffee is lower.
Proses yang kami lakukan pada kebun di Sumatera Utara, khususnya menggunakan bahan-bahan pupuk organik.
Specifically in North Sumatra, the materials that we use include organic fertilizers.
Perawatan berkelanjutan seperti pemangkasan, pemupukan, pembersihan areal tanam secara berkelanjutan berdampak kepada produktivitas tanaman.
We have sustainable care for our coffee plants in various levels of the process. For example, in trimming the plant, in fertilizing, and in taking care of the surrounding area.
Ini berguna untuk menjaga umur tanam. Ini berguna untuk menjaga unsur hara tanah dan kesuburan tanaman.
This is done in order to maintain a good quality of the soil as well as the health of the plant itself.
Adapun pupuk organik yang kami pakai adalah hasil olahan kami sendiri.
The organic fertilizer that we use is processed by us personally.
Seperti dari pupuk kandang, kulit ceri kopi, dan pembusukan daun-daun di sekitar areal tanam.
This includes organic fertilizer that is made from manure, from the cherry peel, as well as from the decomposing leaves.
Okay, thank you. This is our presentation regarding the Mandailing coffee.
Thank you so much, Pak Arif, for the explanation about Sumatran coffee, especially North Sumatran coffee. So in here, I already interact with our audience, and then I asked them, Pak Arif, what are their favorite Sumatran coffee? And surprisingly, some of them like Bangka coffee, Kepahiang coffee, mostly Gayo coffee, including me. But Robusta Lampung coffee, and someone is from Subang coffee. But I haven't seen anyone mention about Mandailing coffee, Pak Arif. So to start the interactive session, I'd like to ask, what is Mandailing coffee exactly, Pak Arif? What people expect when they know or hear the word about Mandailing coffee? Like, it's been a lot in UK.
Okay. Mandailing coffee. Mandailing coffee, pemberian nama Mandailing coffee sebenarnya itu diberikan oleh pedagang kopi dari Belanda.
The name Mandailing coffee was actually given to this type of coffee from traders from the Netherlands.
Pertama kali bibit kopi masuk ke Sumatera Utara dibawa oleh pedagang Belanda melalui pelabuhan kuno Barus pada tahun 1820.
This type of coffee was first brought through the ports here in the year 1820.
Bibit kopi tersebut ditanam pertama kali di Kecamatan Pakantan, Kabupaten Mandailing Natal.
This was first in the area of Pakantan, in the area of Mandailing Natal.
Pakantan merupakan tempat atau daerah yang didiami oleh suku Mandailing.
Pakantan is an area in which the Mandailing tribe resides.
Dari hasil budidaya yang dilakukan oleh pedagang Belanda pada tahun 1825, ekspor pertama kali dilakukan pedagang Belanda dengan tujuan Eropa.
The cultivation of this coffee plant first started in 1825 by the Dutch, and this was then exported to Europe.
Berdasarkan sejarah tersebut, pemberian nama Mandailing Coffee adalah berasal dari nama yang diberikan oleh pedagang Belanda.
So, from this historical series of events, we see that the name Mandailing was given to this coffee by the Dutch.
Pemberian nama yang diberikan pemberian nama kopi Mandailing oleh Belanda sebenarnya adalah tujuannya untuk memberi labeling kopi dari Sumatera, khususnya Mandailing Natal.
So this cultivation by the Dutch was done in order to provide coffee from the region of specifically Sumatra.
Nama Mandailing sangat terkait dengan suku Mandailing sebagai suku pertama kali menanam kopi di Sumatera Utara.
So the name Mandailing is very closely related to the tribe of Mandailing itself, which was the first tribe to cultivate this in Sumatra.
Okay, Nisa.
Okay, thank you, Pak Arif. So I can, so Mandailing start from Mandailing Natal, and then now it is generalized to mostly North Sumatran coffee. Is it? I hope this is a correct conclusion. And then we know that Mandailing coffee is Mandailing coffee is already famous globally. Not only in mostly are in the Japanese and United States, but also in European market. However, there is an argument that said that Mandailing coffee is a bit expensive, Pak Arif. So, what's your opinion about that? Is it really expensive, or what caused it?
Ya, dikarenakan harga kopi yang tidak stabil di tingkat petani, beberapa daerah telah mengkonversi kebun kopinya menjadi tanaman budidaya lainnya, seperti sayur-sayuran, jeruk, dan palawija.
So, due to the price of coffee being unstable at the farmer level, much of the land that was used to cultivate coffee has now been converted to cultivate other crops, such as vegetables, oranges, and others.
Dengan semakin sedikitnya lahan kopi tersebut berdampak pada persediaan kopi yang semakin sedikit sehingga mendongkrak harga jual kopi Sumatera Utara.
Due to the decreasing amount of land that is dedicated to coffee production, the amount of supply has also reduced, and that has raised prices.
So that is because of the deficit in supply. So yeah, there is one comment also said that Mandailing coffee is rare. So it's kind of hard to get it from the market, Arif. So maybe you can suggest us how we can try this Mandailing coffee or North Sumatran coffee precisely, because it's not a lot. Based on my experience here in Glasgow, there's not a lot of coffee shop who supply Mandailing coffee even as a blend. So how can we get this North Sumatran coffee if it's so rare? Do you have any promotion, any program to support us so that we can try this coffee?
Yes, Bank Indonesia telah memfasilitasi kita untuk promosi produk Mandailing ke luar negeri, baik itu melalui e-commerce ataupun pameran langsung seperti yang pernah dilakukan sebelumnya ke beberapa negara. Jadi itu adalah salah satu upaya yang kami lakukan. Sementara untuk promosi kopi di Sumatera Utara, kami juga melakukan pameran-pameran.
So the Bank of Indonesia has provided some facilities for us in order to promote the sale of coffee abroad, such as through e-commerce and expos, which have been done in several countries. In order to promote the sale of this in North Sumatra, we've all had expos to promote this coffee.
I see. Together with us, we have Pak Desra, the ambassador. Maybe Pak Desra want to share his experience with the Sumatran coffee, which Sumatran coffee that Pak Desra loves most. Good morning, Pak Desra. You're still mute. Do you want to share about your favorite Sumatran coffee, Pak Desra?
Definitely, Mandailing is my best, my favorite coffee. And surprisingly, last week I went to Tesco, accompanying my wife, and I found the best quality of Mandailing even in Tesco. So I don't have to wait for supply directly from Indonesia, but I could easily find in Tesco. Congratulations. Thank you.
Wow, I just knew about it. Maybe I'll go to Tesco after this, Pak Desra, to check it. So back to Pak Arif. So what you said, you mentioned before that the coffee characteristic of the North Sumatran coffee is mostly bitter, and then with herb, and then with tobacco and spices flavor. So according to my understanding, it all depends on what do the farmers plant beside the coffee. Is it correct, Pak Arif?
Ya, jadi kopi itu sangat bergantung kepada geografis.
So indeed, coffee in this case is a commodity that strongly is also reliant on the geographical conditions.
Bahkan budaya setempat juga mempengaruhi cita rasa kopi. Misalnya budaya dalam hal pengolahan kopi.
And in this case, the local culture also influences the taste of coffee. For example, the processed carrot.
Okay, Pak Arif. So after we know, like Sumatran coffee is related to less acidity, more body, more intense flavor, and then with some tobacco, herb, and spice flavor. So what kind of brewing method that you suggest us if we have Mandailing coffee, for instance, I'll go to Tesco after this, buy Mandailing coffee. What kind of brewing method that you suggest to optimize the flavor?
Profil kopi roasting sangat mempengaruhi metode brewing kopi Mandailing.
So in this case, the coffee roasting process also strongly influences on how we should brew the Mandailing coffee.
Menjaga karakter kopi Mandailing, taste yang didapatkan maksimal, tentunya proses brewing sangat diperlukan.
In order to maintain the characteristic of the Mandailing coffee and to maximize the taste, brewing is indeed a process that is very much needed.
Profil roasting yang biasa kami lakukan adalah full city up to medium.
The typical roasting method that we use is full city up to medium.
Untuk menjaga fruity rasa buah, kemudian proses daripada brewing yang kami lakukan adalah V60 proper V60, kemudian Chemex.
To maintain the fruity taste in the coffee itself, the brewing that we use is usually V60 and Chemex.
Untuk kopi-kopi seperti proses natural, sangat tepat digunakan dengan menggunakan cold drip.
However, for the natural process, cold drip is one of the best options.
Saat ini anak-anak muda di Indonesia, khususnya di Medan, mereka lebih menyenangi kopi-kopi yang proses natural dan honey.
The youth in Indonesia, especially Medan, tend to prefer coffee that has undergone natural process.
Yes, honey.
Okay, Pak Arif, I think not only in Medan, but also in here, I'm considering myself as a youngster. So I also like to brew my coffee using pour over method, using V60. I don't have Chemex though, but yeah, I found a coffee with more honey process or natural process are more sweet compared to the let's say yeah, that using the wash process. So is it really what makes this honey process special, Pak Arif?
Honey process lebih medium proteinnya ketimbang proses natural.
So the honey process would be able to produce a medium level of fruity taste compared to the natural process.
Pada honey process, profil roasting sangat menentukan hasil yang dikeluarkan pada brewing nantinya.
In this case, for honey processing, the roasting profile would also strongly determine the output of the brewing.
Pada umumnya, honey process menggunakan manual brewing yang seperti V60, Chemex, and cold drip.
In this case, in general, the honey processing uses manual brewing such as V60, Chemex, and cold drip.
Honey process juga sangat baik, sangat tepat digunakan untuk latte. Akan memunculkan rasa creamy yang kuat.
And in this case, honey process is also an excellent option for latte as it also creates a creamy taste.
Oh, thank you, Pak Arif. There's a question in the chat box. Please share the best method to brew the Mandailing coffee without a coffee machine, because you mentioned before, if it's for latte, then we need to have a coffee machine. If it's for Chemex, we need to have Chemex, like special machine. Can just we use it like using the drip method, or like the in Indonesia we call it kopi tubruk. Is it also possible to brew Mandailing coffee using that simple method at home?
Ada beberapa daerah penghasil kopi seperti Pakantan.
So there are several coffee producing areas such as Pakantan.
Sangat tepat untuk dibuat kopi tubruk.
And they produce coffee beans that is very suitable to then be brewed using the tubruk method, as you mentioned.
I see. So for those who don't have any coffee machine, it's still possible to brew the Mandailing coffee with the traditional method. Like you can just buy the ground coffee and then use it, and you just pour the hot water. Is it, Pak Arif? And enjoy it. Please, Pak Arif.
Jadi ada tips untuk kopi tubruk.
Now I can share some tips for making kopi tubruk.
Kopi tubruk sebaiknya dilakukan 2 kali pouring.
So we should use 2 times of pouring.
Pouring kedua akan memunculkan krema pada kopi, seolah-olah kopi itu dilakukan dengan proses pembuatan mesin.
So the second pouring will create a cream as if the coffee is made using a machine.
Pouring pertama dengan pouring kedua, jeda waktu 45 detik.
And there's usually a 45-second delay between the first and the second pouring.
Teknik manual brewing seperti tubruk sangat menarik karena bisa menghasilkan beberapa macam rasa dengan temperatur yang berbeda-beda.
And in this case, the manual brewing, such as this one, is very interesting because it can also produce various tastes and also temperature.
Teknik brewing juga sangat berpengaruh terhadap rasa.
And in this case, the brewing technique also affects the taste.
So twice pouring, and which do you suggest? Because like some of us can drink the black coffee without sugar or milk, but some others prefer the traditional one with sugar and milk. So which one do you suggest if we want to drink the North Sumatran coffee, whether it can be black, or whether it is more delicious to be consumed with sugar or with milk, with condensed milk.
Sangat tidak disarankan kopi Sumatera Utara, khususnya Mandailing, ditambahkan gula.
Oh, I just knew
It
that.
is very it is not recommended for North Sumatran coffee, especially Mandailing coffee, to be served with sugar.
Pada umumnya, Sumatera Mandailing coffee, aftertaste-nya adalah manis seperti brown sugar.
The aftertaste of the Sumatran coffee, specifically the Mandailing coffee, is that of sugar, specifically brown sugar.
Jika Anda tidak kuat terhadap pahitnya kopi atau kafein, kandungan kafein pada kopi, Anda dapat menambahkan brown sugar.
If you are unable to stand the strong taste of coffee or caffeine, then it's possible to add brown sugar to the coffee.
I see. So brown sugar it is to substitute the bitterness in Mandailing coffee. So I think we almost run out of time. Matteo, is it? Do we still have enough time for more questions, or the time is run out of time for our talk show?
Oh, hi. I'm back. So we still have around 4 minutes. So we still have time for like one question.
Maybe one more. So this is because many people in the chat box said that they love Gayo coffee, Pak Arif. So what's the difference between Gayo coffee and Mandailing coffee? Maybe this is also the wrap up to conclude our session today.
Secara indikasi geografis, daerah Mandailing dengan Gayo berbeda jauh.
Geographically speaking, the Mandailing and the Gayo area are very different.
Perbedaan paritas tanaman yang ditanam pada suatu kebun juga dapat mempengaruhi rasa.
The variety of plants within a plantation or the planting area will affect the taste of the coffee.
Jika dibandingkan kopi Gayo dengan kopi Mandailing, body coffee atau kandungan kafein pada kopi Gayo lebih tinggi.
If we compare the caffeine content and the body of the Gayo and the Mandailing coffee, we see that the Gayo coffee has more caffeine.
Karakter dasar kopi Gayo adalah coklat.
The character of the Gayo coffee body is chocolate.
Kopi Mandailing karakter dasarnya rempah dan fruity.
For the Mandailing coffee, the character is more fruity and spices.
Jika dibandingkan density kopi Mandailing dengan kopi Gayo, density Gayo lebih tinggi.
If we compare the density between Mandailing coffee and Gayo coffee, it's higher for the Gayo coffee.
I see. So that's the difference. So in general, like Gayo has more body, more density in the coffee compared to Mandailing coffee, right, Pak Arif? Someone said in the comment that it's unfortunately not all places have Tesco, or even in Tesco maybe they cannot find the Mandailing coffee, and I suggest you try to search online, because I tried to search Mandailing coffee online and found some roastery who sell Mandailing coffee, although not as much as the one who sell Gayo coffee, Pak Arif. And maybe I would like to suggest to Pak Arif, and also because we have the ambassador here, Pak Desra, there will be a London Coffee Festival this September, and it's supposed to be offline coffee week. So maybe we can introduce Sumatran coffee there, so that there will be more people know about the Sumatra, especially the North Sumatran coffee. That will be a good opportunity. So perhaps you can follow up with the committee after this, Pak Arif. Thank you so much for Pak Arif for sharing your knowledge about North Sumatran coffee. I'm sorry because we have limited time, but on behalf of the committee, I would like to say my gratitude to Pak Arif for sharing his knowledge, his understanding about North Sumatran coffee. Maybe one or two last conclusion from Pak Arif.
Oke, Mandailing Coffee telah populer sejak 1825 di Eropa.
Mandailing coffee has been popular in Europe since 1825.
Dan telah menjadi catatan sejarah bahwasanya Mandailing Coffee punya reputasi baik di Eropa.
This started the reputation and the history that was very positive for coffee in Europe.
North Sumatra Coffee Association bertekad untuk memajukan kembali kopi Mandailing ke Eropa dan seluruh dunia pada umumnya.
The North Sumatra Coffee Association is very excited to promote Mandailing coffee in Europe and all over the world.
Salam kopi dari Medan, Horas.
Horas, Pak Arif. Thank you so much, Pak Arif. And thank you so much for all the audience who participate, and for all of you, don't worry, your Sumatran coffee will be delivered after this, still on the way from Indonesia, and you can try the Sumatran coffee. Otherwise, for those who are not 100 first registrant just like me, we can go to Tesco after this to find Mandailing coffee. So thank you so much for listening to this talk show, and I'll return to Matt as the MC. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Pak Arif, Mbak Nis, and the amazing interpreters. I definitely learned a lot about coffee, even though I can't personally drink coffee myself. But Mandailing coffee and Gayo coffee, definitely really, really interesting. So I'm back, and since we have stimulated our brains, and I'm pretty sure it's full of coffee beans right now, and I would say that it's the perfect time to know more about Indonesian cuisine. So here we have prepared two very special Indonesian dishes. And firstly, we have urap-urap, a vegetarian dish that is healthy, affordable, and delicious. So make sure to note down the recipe. Enjoy! That looks so healthy. And fun fact, I don't usually eat vegetables. I know it is very unhealthy, but the urap-urap really made me want to change my lifestyle into a healthy one for sure. To see the recipe and other Indonesian food, be sure to visit at Nathy's Kitchen.com on Instagram and Facebook at NATHYS Kitchen.com on Instagram and Facebook. Next, we have my and probably most Indonesians' favorite guilty pleasure food item, Indomie. It is cheap, so easy to make, and most importantly, delicious. So this next video has a slight twist to it, so take note and enjoy.
Hello everyone, this is Nova here. I want to show you how to make delicious fried noodle from Indomie. Indomie is one of the top brand instant noodle from Indonesia. In Scotland, you can find it in Chinese supermarket or in a supermarket such as Morrison. How to make it is simple and easy. And who doesn't love instant noodle? So usually I make an instant noodle with a protein and mix with vegetables, so it makes it more healthy and more nutritious. So today I will cook Indomie fried noodle with a Scottish signature dish. It's haggis. Haggis is a traditional Scottish dish. It's made of lamb or beef heart, lungs, liver, and mixed with oatmeal, onions, and other spices. It's delicious. Today I will cook the fried noodle with the vegetarian haggis. So let's get started. Hello everyone, so it's ready, the vegetarian haggis and Indomie fried noodle. Let's try first. So this is me and my daughter wants to dig and to try. Yeah. Why not you try it yourself at home, and after that upload in social media, Facebook or Twitter, and don't forget to tag Festival Indonesia 2021. Bye.
That looks so mouth-wateringly good. My stomach was literally grumbling just now. Hopefully you guys didn't hear it. Indomie is a godsend, literally. I would even say that it is the most delicious thing in the world. And please do try it. And fun fact, we have our own version, our own Indonesian version of haggis. In a way, it's called jeroan. It also contains lots of intestines, animal intestines, and I personally don't like it, but a lot of people actually enjoy it. All right, so you've seen food, we've seen coffee. And now let's indulge ourselves in traditional Indonesian fashion. We'll be going to talk about batik. What is batik? Batik is a piece of cloth or fabric with unique patterns. And these patterns are unique to different parts of Indonesia. In this workshop, you will get to know more about two popular batik patterns. Firstly, we have Batik Parang from Solo in Central Java. And secondly, we have Batik Megamendung from Cirebon in West Java. And this workshop will be guided by a video provided by Miss Nina Addison. She self-learned batik from her passion in drawing. So this basically says that everyone can know more and learn about batik. And by the way, we will announce the winners of the batik competition right after the video, so stay tuned.
Hello everyone, how are you? I hope you're doing well wherever you are. My name is Nina, and together we will learn how to draw batik. As we know, batik is an Indonesian heritage which has been recognized by UNESCO as a masterpiece of oral and intangible heritage of humanity since 2009. The process behind creating batik is also very unique, involving the use of malam, or wax, and canting as a tool to draw on the cloth. This is what we commonly call batik tulis or batik lukis. Otherwise, a copper stamp can also be used, resulting in what we usually call batik cap. Our class today will not use either a canting or a malam. All you need is a piece of paper and drawing tools. Creating a batik motif isn't as difficult as you think, and you can use your batik drawing to be printed on a shirt or to send as a postcard. Happy drawing! Today, we will draw two batik patterns. The first is one of the oldest batik motifs in Indonesia, named Batik Parang. The origin of this name comes from the word pereng, meaning slope, which creates a diagonal line as seen in the Batik Parang motif. Long ago, this batik could not be worn by just anybody. It was a symbol of royalty. What we need to draw this batik pattern is paper, a pencil and eraser, a ruler, and colored markers or pencils. Let's begin. The first step is to draw dots around 1.5 centimeters apart around a pre-drawn frame, just like this. Now the bottom. Then we connect the top and bottom dots. Draw a thin line, as we will erase these lines. They are there as guides. The next step is to create a diagonal line. There is no specific rule or precise measurement, so feel free to eyeball this step. My ruler is quite wide, so I will be using this as a guide. This will also work if you have a thinner ruler, but you can also measure a wider line. After drawing the line, measure 2 centimeters from the bottom before drawing another. I use my ruler as a rough measurement to draw the next line, before measuring 2 centimeters from the bottom and drawing another. I'll mark 2 centimeters here, then connect the dots. Continue doing this until you reach the end of the frame. Now, we will draw patterns akin to clouds. Here we have the top and bottom lines. I will immediately start with a colored marker, but feel free to use a pencil first if you are unsure. We'll make a cloud pattern just like this. Make sure the start and the end of the pattern lands exactly at our vertical line guides, just like so. For the line under, we'll make the same cloud pattern facing upwards, just like so. We'll continue doing this for all the diagonal lines. The next step is to draw circles on our clouds. However, this is only for every other column. I'll draw a circle here, and we'll continue as such. As such, this column will have circles on their clouds. The next column will not. We'll move on to the next cloud. Next, we'll create a B shape on the bottom circles, as such. We'll do this on all the circles on the bottom clouds. Don't hesitate, pull along the vertical guides, but make sure to stop before it connects. Do this on all the bottom clouds. Next, we'll draw a curved line just like this. As a tip, think of it as a massive U shape, and that the line we're drawing is a continuation of this line here. We'll draw this, and it creates a U shape. Think of it as a U to make it easier and create a prettier shape. Then, we'll fill in this gap with color. Even if you color it in black and white, it'll still turn out nice. The next step is to draw a Q shape from the top circles, just like so. We'll also draw the previous shape but on the top clouds. Again, we'll see the U shape and continue the line to make it easier. We'll fill the gaps again. Do this on all the circles. Now we'll draw a fence between the clouds, just like this. Then the bottom. We'll fill the gaps again. We'll do this throughout the whole page. Erase the pencil guides, and there you go. If you want to redraw the frame on the outside so the drawing looks prettier, simply trace over the pencil frame with a marker and ruler, just like so. This batik parang motif is one of the oldest batik motifs in Indonesia. You can draw this in black and white like so, or with mixed media with colored pencils and markers just like this. And there you have it. The next batik motif will fly us to Cirebon, West Java, with a unique pattern akin to clouds in the sky. Can anyone guess the name of this batik motif? It is Batik Megamendung. Although not one of the older batiks in Indonesia, Batik Megamendung has made a name for itself around the world. A few years ago, I had even seen a top with the Megamendung motif being sold at Mark & Spencer's. Before starting, we need paper, a pencil, a ruler, and an eraser. For the colors, I chose colored markers for a pink and gray gradation background. Let's begin. With a pencil, we'll create guides to make the cloud and circle shapes, just like so. We'll connect the cloud and circle shapes with the pencil in a more defined line. The next step is to color the background of this pattern with colors of your choice. I chose a dark gray for mine. As a tip for coloring your background, it is best to draw it in one direction so it doesn't look cluttered. Next, we'll draw a second line as a divider to draw inside the cloud, just like so. Make sure to draw thinly. We won't color inside, so it will seem white in the final picture. To color the clouds, always start with the lighter colors. The further center we go, the darker the colors. We'll do it just like so. Once we're done with one side, we don't need to color the other. just like that. We'll repeat this on all the clouds. And now the last step is to draw a frame to your drawing, just like so. Ta-da! Finished! Here are some variations to the Megamendung drawing. You can give it colors like this, or just like this. Have fun giving it a shot!
All right, I'm back. And I definitely love the colors and both patterns. You can discover more patterns if you Google Batik or visit Indonesia right after this pandemic. And honestly, I have close to zero art skills, but I really enjoyed how the video was broken down into digestible steps. So now we would like to announce the winners of the Batik competition. We would like to thank all of the participants, and we hope that you have learned more about Batik. So these are the judging criteria. Firstly, we have color selection. Secondly, we have suitability or correspondence with Batik pattern. And last but not least, it's creativity. And now for the exciting part, I would like to announce and show the beautiful Batik patterns of the winners. And we will reveal it in 3, 2, 1. All right, congratulations to Ratna, Nurul, and Ernesto. So these are their masterpieces, and I really like the color combinations over here. And that Batik Parang is so tidy. Right, so these winners for Ratna, Nurul, and Ernesto, you guys will be contacted soon by the event organizers to arrange the prize collections. All right, so now we have experienced various aspects of the diverse Indonesian culture. And I think that this is the perfect time for a short break. But before that, we have a short advertisement for you. So presenting the Bali Shop, a shop based in Aberdeen that sells Indonesian products. All right, I'm back again, and I'll definitely order something from there to remind me of home. And honestly, there's a running joke that teh botol sosro or sosro bottle tea, I'm pretty sure the Indonesians over here know what that is, can literally accompany any meal. And for a short interactive thing, maybe some of the Indonesians that are watching right now, maybe you guys can chat something in the chat box and, say something about your favorite Indonesian food item, or maybe your favorite Indonesian medicine even. Like, for example, minyak cap kapak, minyak kayu putih, and all those before our short break. I see bakso. So for people here that don't know what bakso is meatball, and it's really tasty. And since I stay in Jakarta, usually after school, I would go outside and go to like a small stall that sells bakso, and it's so cheap. It's less than £1. And also batagor. Batagor, I honestly don't know how to explain it in English. It's basically fried meatball and tofu, and it's a really famous food from Bandung in West Java. And I see cilok and soto over here. So now we'll be having our short break, and the break will start from now to 12:30 p.m. So let's all reconvene at 12:30 p.m. And while on the break, we'll have videos for you to accompany you, and you can watch, you can grab some food, but let's all go back here at 12:30 p.m. See you.
It's a beautiful night. We're looking for something dumb to do. Hey, baby, I think I wanna marry you. Is it the look in your eyes, or this dancing juice? Who cares, baby? I think I wanna marry you.
this little chapel on the boulevard. We can go. No one will know. Oh, come on, girl. Who cares if we trust? Got a pocket full of cash. We can blow. Shut off petrol. And it's on, girl. Don't say no, 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 no. Just say yeah, 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 yeah. And we'll go, 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 go. If you're ready, like I'm ready. 'Cause it's beautiful night. We're looking for something down to do. Hey, baby, I think I wanna marry you. Is it the look in your eyes, or is it this dancing shoes? Who cares, baby? I think I wanna marry you. I'll go get the ring, let the choir bell sings like ooh. So what you wanna do? Let's just run, girl. If we wake up and you wanna break up, that's cool. No, I won't blame you. It was fun, girl. Don't say no, 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 no. Just say yeah, 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 yeah. And we'll go, 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 go. If you're ready, like I'm ready. 'Cause it's beautiful night. We're looking for something down to do. Hey, baby, I think I wanna marry you. Is it the look in your eyes, or is it this dancing shoes? Who cares, baby? I think I wanna marry you. Just say I do. Tell me right now, baby. Tell me right now, baby. Baby, just say I do. Tell me right now, baby. Tell me right now, baby, baby. Oh, it's a beautiful night. We're looking for something down to do. Hey, baby, I think I wanna marry you. Is it the look in your eyes, or is it this dancing shoes? Who cares, baby? I think I wanna marry you.
Di suatu senja di musim yang lalu, ketika itu hujan rintik, terpukau aku menatap wajahmu di remang cahaya sinar pelangi. Lalu engkau tersenyum, ku menyesali diri, tak tahu apakah arti senyummu. Dengan mengusap titik air mata, engkau bisikkan deritamu. tersentuh hati dalam keharuan setelah tahu apa yang terjadi. Sekian lamanya engkau hidup seorang diri, ku ingin membalut luka hatimu. Widuri, elok bagai rembulan, oh sayang. Widuri, indah bagai lukisan, oh sayang. Widuri, bukalah pintu hati untukku. Widuri, ku akan menyayangi. Dengan mengusap titik air mata, engkau bisikan deritamu. Tersentuh hati dalam keharuan setelah tahu apa yang terjadi. Sekian lamanya engkau hidup seorang diri, ku ingin membalut luka hatimu. Widuri, elok bagai rembulan, oh sayang. Widuri, indah bagai lukisan, oh sayang.
No one would have expected 2020 to go the way that it did. Out of nowhere, the world just closed its doors. And although it's been a year that's physically kept us from our friends and loved ones, it's been a year that has brought us together and made us stronger in many other ways. And now, as we start a new year, we slowly begin to open our doors once again to new people, new places, and to new adventures.
Selamat datang and welcome back. Hopefully you all had a nice break, but honestly, I was just captivated by the videos that were played during the break. The last video that was played, the traveling video in the middle of the pandemic, really struck me deep in the heart. I really want to experience the magic of Indonesian tourism, Bali especially, but because of the condition right now, it is not possible. We should be optimistic that in the future we can go back to explore the mystic Indonesia. So now let us move on to the second part of today's festival, Diskusi Indonesia. So today's speaker is Mr. Martin Scott. I apologize if I pronounced your name in the wrong way. He's a Balinese dancer from Belgium and has opened dance schools in Belgium and Indonesia. And I'm more than excited to hear about his point of view of Indonesian culture, especially traditional dances. And accompanying him is Maya Rahma as the moderator for today's discussion. So the discussion will consist of 3 sections: the talk, a Q&A session, and a fun quiz at the end with some prizes. So now I would like to invite Mr. Martin Scott and Ms. Maya Rahma to take the stage.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Matteo, for the friendly introduction. Hello, Martin.
Hi, Maya. How are you?
Good, I'm good. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining our event today. I hope everyone here is doing well at home. Stay safe and healthy. I am Maya, and I will be the moderator for this Dialogue Indonesia session. As already mentioned before, in this session, we will explore more about the beauty of Indonesian culture, as well as various wonderful destinations in Indonesia. Before we begin, let me ask you, have you been to Indonesia before? Bali, Raja Ampat, are those places familiar to you? Please use
Yeah.
your raise hand feature if you have been to Indonesia before. I can see from here that several folks here already visited Indonesia. But for you who haven't had a chance yet to come to Indonesia, don't worry, because in this session, we will find out several hidden gems in Indonesia that needed to be visited soon after this pandemic is over. Well, to explain to you how beautiful Indonesia is, I will invite our guest speaker, Martin Scott. Am I pronounced your name correctly, Martin?
Yes, yes, you can pronounce my, well, in Indonesia, I'm known mostly as Martin, so, or Martin, they call me, right?
Okay, Martin.
And so in English, it
Martin?
would be the same, so that's fine, perfect, thanks.
Okay, let me read your profile first before we jump into the discussion. Martin Scott is a Belgian who really loves Indonesia. Martin had been living in Indonesia for years before moved back to Belgium. He already visited various wonderful traveling destinations in Indonesia. And not only that, to help preserve Indonesian culture, together with his wife, he built a non-profit organization named Dwi Mekar Belgium, a Balinese dance studio in Belgium, and also several non-profit organizations that located in Indonesia. Those are Sanggar Dwi Mekar, Bundres Buleleng Dwi Mekar, and Padepokan Seni Dwi Mekar. And Martin also has a degree in East Asian languages, literature, and linguistics from Han University. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our guest speaker, Martin Scott. Okay, Martin, really nice to finally meet you. You are so amazing. I mean, you can you can do the Bali traditional Bali dances, right? Because I cannot. I'm Indonesian, but I never learned Bali because I'm Sundanese. I can learn Jaipong. I can perform Jaipong.
I love
So,
Sudanese music very much as well.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you are familiar as well with the Sundanese musics and dances?
Well, the first time I came to Indonesia, I think it was 1997, you heard it everywhere. The famous Degung from that Sunda, right?
Yeah,
Sampulungan.
yes.
You hear it
Yes.
everywhere. It's still, if I hear that music, it still brings back really nice memories. Yeah.
Wow. Including the welcoming music from this event, I think it's come from Sundanese, if I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
mistaken. Yeah.
It's so
It's a
soft, it's
gamelanting.
nice tones, it's relaxed, it's,
Mhm.
it's fantastic, yeah, and it really expresses also, I think it really expresses the Indonesian culture on how it is, yeah.
Yes, great. And how long have you staying or living in Indonesia before?
I lived in Indonesia from 1997 until 2011, more or less.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's about 12, 13 years. But I came back to Belgium regularly. Yeah, but the first time I
Okay.
went to Indonesia is 1997, and yeah.
So I expect you also can speak Indonesia.
Yeah, sedikit bisa.
Sedikit bisa, great. Okay, could you please tell us your experience in living in Indonesia? What is your impression?
Well, maybe I can tell first a little bit about how I the first time came to Indonesia.
Yeah, sure.
It was actually with a friend who is in Indonesian but was adopted here in Belgium and who wanted to look for parents. And she and her parents asked me to join her. It was a class friend, and we went to Indonesia. And when I just landed on the place, the first thing that you smell is the kretek cigarettes. Yeah, kretek.
Yes.
It's yeah. I don't smell it anywhere else in the world, so it's really very unique. And at that time, I still smoke, now not anymore. But at that time I did, so I started to enjoy that as well. But anyway, and the first impression you get when you get out of the airport is all the different kind of greens that you have in Indonesia. That is so fantastic. And you have some trees here and you have some kind of shades of green, but when you go to Indonesia, there's so many kind of shades of green and there's green everywhere. And that was so impressive that's the first impression I got from Indonesia. And then we went from, in that time, I don't know whether it's still very active now. As a backpacker, we went to Jalan Jaksa. I don't know, it's still in Jakarta, it's still a backpackers area, but at that time it was, and we had a very simple accommodation. And
I think it's already, it still exists, Jalan Jaksa in Jakarta.
Yeah, does it still exist? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yes.
Is it 25 years ago almost? So it's quite a long time ago. But at that time, backpackers, they went to Jalan Jaksa first, and that's what we did, because we had we didn't have a very large budget at the time.
Okay.
And then we after staying one night in Jakarta, just recovering from the flight, we went to Bogor, and there, especially, you see all the greens and the botanical garden and the market there. It really, and immediately you discover how friendly the people are in Indonesia, always having a smile, although many of them live in conditions that are, from our point of view, very hard. But they just share what they have, and they always have a smile and a nice story.
They
and
love
they're
smiling.
very welcoming. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And that's so amazing.
And also, we love tourists.
Yeah. Well, we love Indonesians, all right, at least. They're just such a friendly, welcoming people, although so many different cultures. So, yeah.
So after you explore Botanical Garden and
Yeah.
Jakarta and all the satellite cities,
Yeah.
and then what the next?
Our next trip, was, I think it's maybe the most regular trip that tourists at that time took. I'm not sure how it goes today because it's been a while. But at that time, I went through Puncak Pass to Bandung.
Oh, okay, great.
So we took
Bandung,
the bus.
Highland.
Yeah, and go to the highlands again, and also very, very nice.
The air is really refreshing, right?
And refreshing, and then all the tea. How do you call it?
And a
Kebun
little
teh,
bit, kebun teh.
Kebun teh di sana. So it's for me it was really overwhelming because it was the first time I really left Europe.
That's your first time leaving Europe. Indonesia is your first destination leaving Europe. Wow.
Destination. So I always was interested in Asia. That's also why I studied. At that time, I was a student, Eastern languages and cultures, and wanted to explore more of Asia. And so when I got the opportunity to go to Indonesia, I immediately said yes.
What made you learn about the East Asian language? What made you?
I'm not sure. That's maybe a bit of a funny story if I ask my mother. She said, "Oh, you always wanted to walk on your bare feet, right? And you love to eat coconuts. So maybe it was just destined that you would go to
Okay.
Southeast Asia."
Because
That's what she tells me, but I
beautiful
don't know.
tropical area. You can do that barefoot, walking
the
around the beach.
coconut is also very nice. We don't have that chance to eat that here in Europe. Just fresh from the tree.
Have you experienced that in Indonesia when you're living in Indonesia? Have you climbing the coconut tree and then drink
I
it
didn't
fresh?
climb it myself, but we had I had a small place there where I lived, and there were a couple of coconut trees there as well. So, they grow continuously, the coconuts. So for once in a while, I ask a neighbor to help me out and climb the tree and
It's really cheap
and
here.
together.
You can even get it for free.
Yes, absolutely. That's what Indonesia is about, and I hope that is what will get Indonesia through the pandemic as well. That they have such rich. Well, in the cities it will be much more difficult, of course, but outside of the cities, everything grows so very easily. And so there's always something that can be used from nature or their surroundings to keep
The wise man.
to survive and maintain your family while things are getting tough. So yeah, I hope this rich nature and culture and everything that will pull Indonesia and
Yeah,
lovely
wise man said we are living in the heaven land. We can grow everything in this tropical area.
It doesn't
Okay.
even need a root. You just put it in the ground and it grows. So it's
Yeah. Okay. So the first time you came to Indonesia, you go around Jakarta, and then how you end up in Bali?
Well, we just actually we went through and then went to Pangandaran and
Okay.
to the and visited the Green Canyon that I found very impressive as well. I also don't know whether it's still there, where it's very touristic, but
Yes,
at that
it's
time
still
it was
there and still beautiful.
still beautiful. I also at that time for me it also was a kind of let's say a hidden gem, like you said, and then traveled through Yogyakarta, which is of course fantastic with all the culture that you have there, and ended up in Bali afterwards, taking a bus from Jogja to Bali.
Oh, so you did it a roadway to go from Jakarta to Bali. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Okay. And what drive you to learn about Bali traditional dance?
Well, I've always been interested in music and in dance, and I used to study myself with piano and violin. But there was one thing that I found really hard at the time, and that is that studying those instruments, you really, how do you say it, dependent on your scores. On the paper in front of you, and you're playing whatever is on the paper, right? And,
I believe that named angklung. So a group of people will, try to sing a song together.
But what I mean for me before I went to Indonesia, I studied with scores and with papers, and then and that's the way I studied music. And when you put those papers away, there's really nothing left. If anyone asks me, can you play something? I'm not sure. I need my papers to watch. So I found that was a very big limitation. And when I came to Indonesia and you see the orchestras playing together without any scores and even without a conductor, they just interact and the music flows between them and it just goes so naturally. That was something that I found, extraordinary, right? Really, and I wanted to know more about that. So that is why I kind of fell in love with Indonesian music at first, yeah.
And how about the dances? I heard that your wife is Indonesian traditional Bali dancer, right?
Yeah, true, yeah.
Is that because your wife, you want to learn about the dances?
It was actually the other way around.
Okay.
But first, I need to correct something. I'm not really a Balinese traditional dancer expert.
Okay.
What I did learn, and that also came in a natural way, was it's called bonres in Bali. In Java, it's a little bit comparable with maybe with ketoprak, maybe. That's what they call them. So it's kind of a comedy, but then based on traditional characters and so they call it, there is a punte and a kartale, and then there is the rakyat, so the
which characters you played the most?
Well, the funny thing is I played a tourist in that role, so a tourist who really didn't know a lot, but ended up knowing Balinese language and their culture, and that was really, people liked that and enjoyed that, and being able to make people laugh and entertain people in their own culture and in their own environment. That is actually what the big satisfaction was for myself. So it's not really very traditional. I used the traditional costume, yes, and I had a mask. Our mask dances with a long nose. That's what, so that was a tourist mask that I used, or sometimes without mask, depending on what occasion it was and what this, yeah. So yeah, so I learned a little bit basics about the dance because you need that, but I'm not a specialized Balinese dancer. I really wouldn't want to come to that. So, but first time of course I saw the dances in Bali itself. I saw the dances also at the Prambanan, the Javanese dance, which is really beautiful as well. And then ended up in Bali and saw different ceremonies with dances there as well. And then when I was back in Belgium, I really couldn't forget about Indonesia and its rich culture. And especially for me in Bali, I felt like home. So I really felt I wanted to go back. And then at a certain point, my wife's uncle, and now we're getting to the story, actually your question, right? He was in Belgium, here in Antwerp, performing at the here in Belgium, a famous theater, together with a gamelan group from Bali. He's a mask dancer and performer. And I didn't know him at that point, but I went to backstage and I asked for a kretek cigarette at the time.
Okay.
And that's how we got acquainted. And I showed them the town. And afterwards, he said, "You have to visit me in Bali." And so
so when you come back to
the story went on, and he invited me to go, and I went back there. And stayed in the end. I kept staying at his home, I think, for 3 years at least. And he had a small dance school, music not that much at that time, but dance school especially. And it was still just very simple with some bamboo, built with bamboo, right? And so I enjoyed it there so much and learned so much there that in the end we decided to. He went to teach in the villages, from village to village where they needed his expertise. He taught there also music, dance as well. And then we decided, well, why don't we let the villages come to one place here where they can see the people that want to study come here. And so we built out the school that already existed. So I didn't start it from scratch. And maybe a year later, my wife, Eka, she finished school and started to teach also in the dance school, and that's how I met her. So to your question, I met the culture first, and then after that I met my wife.
With your wife, okay. And then you and your wife also build a traditional Bali dances studio or school in Belgium, right?
Yeah.
So what was the story behind that?
Well, we've been always been active in Bali. My wife teaching, also performing. She had many students, and it's really her passion. And for myself as well, my daily life was going from one event to another, performing. So yeah, for us it would be really a pity if we have to really cut that and couldn't continue with that. Although in Belgium they don't have a very rich background with the Indonesian culture. It's not very known here. It's different from the Netherlands. The Netherlands, of course, with the history, there live a lot of Indonesians, and they feel very close to Indonesian. Also, they know Indonesian songs, especially the elder people. They know all about the Indonesian kind of foods, etc. In Belgium, it's very hard even to find an Indonesian restaurant.
Oh yeah.
We just have a couple of them, while in the Netherlands, every weekend you have a pasar malam somewhere. Yeah? So it's like a bazaar or a market, or how do you call that in English? And so it's not that easy, but we wanted to continue, and so started up a kind of dance studio here in Belgium for the children and other people that were interested to learn about Balinese or Indonesian also, not only Balinese dances and yeah. So
and how the people of Belgium react to your school? Is there any other people who really wants to learn about ballet dances as well?
Yeah, well, we have about, at the moment, we have about 15 students, and they're from all kind of ages, really small, and also really, well, up to 50 years old, or even also, it really differs very much. So, and with the pandemic, we tried to do online lessons, dance lessons. Of course, it's a challenge because you really need contact with your pupils to be able to, and also for the record, that's not me, but that's my wife doing it.
But you do the managerial things, right?
Well, I try to support
How is
where
it?
I can, you know.
What are the challenges teaching the dances virtually?
Well, yeah, it's that you can only with your how do you say that, with your tongue or by speaking, your vocally, you can correct, but making the movement how it should be done, you can give the example, but really you cannot make them feel it, that how they should be, how do you say, moving, because it's important that you can feel which position you should be in, and that, yeah. That's of course
at
a bit
least we
hard.
do something during this pandemic, right? At least
During
we
the
exercise.
pandemic, you need to continue, and of course, also Indonesian dances, they need a lot of muscles that you're not used to use in daily life. So when you just do a practice session, you feel stiff the next day.
Yes. I also faced that challenge when I learned Jaipong. Okay. Besides Bali dances, do you have other favorites, culture or dances from any other region?
Yeah, well, I being in Bali, I've been a lot in Bali, so I can talk a little bit about other regions, but I haven't seen that many of them. I've been to Sumatra, to Medan.
Oh, great.
Which I enjoyed also very much. Yeah, of course, the durian from Medan is really famous.
Do you like it? Do you like durian?
I do. But
the king
I
fruit?
know that for some it is a challenge, but I do like it. Yeah.
Okay.
And see there the dances from Sumatra. I like that also.
Torso.
And Java as well. And then you go up to Bali and there the kind of well, I think after Bali, Lombok, you still have a bit, but after that it becomes a very different kind of culture, or influenced by different, but very interesting too. One of my most beautiful places I visited or what I enjoyed was in Flores, actually. I've been in, so that's the farthest I went, Flores, but I enjoyed that very much. It's very basic, but it is, if you want to see like real life people living just from day to day, Flores is lovely, really.
Yes, Flores.
Okay. So
and
that's a bit my Sumatra, Java. I've been a couple of times, and then Bali, and then Flores. So
how about Borneo and Papua and Sulawesi?
Unfortunately, I have not been able to go there.
Oh, no. At least you already visit like 3 major islands in Indonesia.
And but well, I've seen it, of course, on TV and especially on National Geographic or Discovery Channel, and they're so rich areas there. I hope they can still be preserved for a very long time that way.
Okay.
And that they can, some kind of tourism can go there. I have a friend who actually wants to go there by boat. He hasn't been able to yet, but he wanted to plan it. But it's also not so easy to find people that are that adventurous to do that, because it's of course a challenging travel. But that's the fantastic thing about Indonesia as well, is that you can travel there very basic, but you can travel there as a king as well, and everything in between. The fantastic thing about Indonesia, what I felt as well in the time, and I think it's still like that, is that you can travel there without any preparation, actually. I mean, you need to be prepared, of course, maybe bring your mosquito stick or whatever.
Yeah.
But I mean, for hotels or places to stay, or you can actually very easily find places.
Easily and also cheap.
Yeah, you can find
If you
them cheap, but you can
compare
find them very
the
expensive, maybe even
expenses.
more expensive than you can find them here.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So
There are
you
some
can really
places.
get a place for a couple of dollars, let's say, but you have places of $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a night as well. So you can travel and everything in between, and you can do a lot on instant travel. And if you feel staying a bit longer, you will easily find an accommodation to do so, and then move to another area, and just let everything impact on you. Instead of you arranging everything up front, you can just come and travel and just let the impact you and go with the, let's say, with
Do
the
the
flow,
impulsive
and whatever
things.
comes. Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And that is what we Westerners are usually not used to do. But if you do so, Indonesia is the perfect place to start.
Place.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we didn't have the picture here, but I see on your Facebook you have a very lovely profile picture. You wear this Balinese clothes, and then what's the story behind that? What event did you attend or participate in that time?
Yeah. So there's in Belgium, actually, there is a bird park, originally a bird park. It's called Paradisa, it is called. And a couple of years ago, well, the owner, he really loves culture very much, and especially Indonesian culture too. And he built a temple actually in this bird park. A real temple with the stones, they come from Gunung Merapi, and all the carvers, they came from Indonesia, partly from Java, partly from Bali, and they worked on that 6 months, and they actually made a temple, and it was inaugurated as well. So the Balinese community from all over Europe, when there is a festival, of course, with the pandemic, this is not possible at the time, but hopefully it can continue. And they have then, on festival activities there, and when there's a festival in the temple, then there are dances, there are music, and the Balinese can express their culture in that place. So, and that was the event that we usually participate in, for sure, and a lot of people there can enjoy the richness. When you come there, it's even with rice terraces. So you have rice terraces first, and after, up on the rice terraces, you have there the temple, which is, if you would take a picture, you would think you would be in Indonesia. So for all the people that miss Indonesia, it could be a place to go. There is also a bit of a village, Indonesian village there as well. So if you can't travel far, maybe that could be an option for the time being, and until the pandemic is hopefully over very soon, right? So,
yeah. If I come to Belgium, I will make sure I come to the bird park. To actually see what you have been explained. Okay. Oh, maybe that's that's also the reasons why you didn't frequently come to Indonesia, because you find a place they are really similar with Indonesia there.
Well, I try to go back every 2 years now. For us, it's a bit of a personal story why we came back to Belgium. I don't mind sharing. I have a daughter who is autistic. And at that time where I lived, there was no really schools for her or special care that she could have. And so we had the difficult decision to make whether we would stay there or come back to Belgium. And we decided at that point we would go for the time being to Belgium, and and see how she could develop the best way possible.
Okay.
So
But
that's
every
a
2
bit of
years at
a
least.
personal story, because but otherwise I probably would still be living in Bali, and I
Bali.
will do later on again. So yeah.
Okay. How old is your daughter, by the way?
Yeah, she's my middle daughter. She's 13. So I have three children, three daughters. They're all born in Indonesia. And the first one is 19 years old, the second 13, and the
Really? You look so young. I thought you were on your 30s, still on your 30s.
Thank you. As you can see, there's not much left. So.
Really, because you're always traveling, happy, enjoy the life, and that makes
Being
you
happy, that's
always
something
look
that the
young.
Indonesians taught me. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You mentioned that you've been traveled to Sumatra and then Flores, Java Islands, and then Bali. Which one is your favorite? Except Bali.
Except Bali.
Because I know your favorite is Bali.
Of course, yeah.
Oh.
I've been there too long not to beat my.
Okay. In other region.
I can imagine that for everybody it's different. So it really depends, I think, which aspect of life in Indonesia that you like, and every island is so rich and has its own culture, its own language. So
you have no favorites? Every island is beautiful?
They're all unique. And all the people, the characters are also different depending on which island that you go. Also, even within the island, sometimes between the regions, they, as you know, they have different languages. You have being Sundanese or have a Sundanese background, and there are others maybe that have an East Javanese background. They're all different with different languages or different culture. But also they're one, like in Indonesia. That's so fantastic that you all can live so good together with so much different culture, so much different background. That's
yes,
amazing.
I agree with you. Every island, every region is beautiful with their own uniqueness, with their own rich culture.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But I like Flores very much because it's very much untouched yet. So that is what
Flores.
I did like Flores very much because it is just very much untouched by too much mass tourism, let's say.
Do you consider Flores as the hidden gems in Indonesia? Flores?
How many islands there are in Indonesia?
We have 1,000 islands.
They're probably all hidden gems, they're, like we just said, they're so also unique in their own way. But I'm sure if I would go somewhere else, there's so many islands that would be a hidden gem too. I think you can go travel Indonesia, a lifetime wouldn't even be sufficient, right? The many islands and cultures that you have. And still you're as one country all together. It's fantastic. Yeah.
Here the MC Matteo chat on the chat room that Indonesia have about 17,000 islands. So we have lots of islands.
Lots of islands, right?
Yes. With different culture and different
absolutely
and wonderful travel destination as well. Okay, I must ask you about the beach and mountain. Which one do you prefer when you travel to Indonesia? Do you better a higher place or see the beaches and all the things like in Bali?
Well, they have something, and they call that, I don't know whether they call it in Bali that way. They call it Niagara Gunung.
Niagara.
There's Segara and Gunung, so it's the sea and the mountain. And the slopes of the mountain going into the sea. I think that is so. On the one side you have the side of the sea, and in the back you have the mountains.
If you have to choose between
both,
those,
I probably will choose the mountains.
Why?
I would choose the mountains. Yeah, it's it's a difficult one. I think, yeah, just lying at the sea is not my kind of thing. But that's for everyone different. I personally like to be active and be more involved in local and traditional life than being in usually beaches are tourist area, but that's for Bali, of course. Like in Flores, that was not the case. You can really go to beaches that are nobody is there. They are so beautiful. It's amazing. Also, you have the clear blue water, something that we in Europe don't have either. Maybe the Mediterranean a bit, yes, but here in the western and northern part of Europe, we don't have that. So that's also really beautiful. But then I like to participate in local culture, local life. I can enjoy very much sitting in a village, having a cup of coffee and having a chat.
Relaxing.
Some traditional cakes. What else do you need? Huh?
Do you do hiking?
I'm not really a hiker myself, so I don't really climb mountains or anything like that. But I just up to, let's say, 1,000 meters, and then have a talk here and have a talk there. That's what I enjoy and participate. Sometimes I've been picking coffee, for example, together with the villagers, so the cloves, for example, or chocolate, or just so many going on.
Okay.
There. Yeah.
You mentioned coffee right there. Do you have favorite? Because we have lots of various of coffee here. Which one is your favorite, Arabica or
I'm an
something else?
Arabica drinker, yeah.
Oh.
Arabica coffee.
Okay, how about the food?
The food.
Have you tried various food? Oh, please
Yes.
tell me the experience of trying all the food that really impress you.
Okay, the first food that impressed me in Indonesia is sate kambing.
Sate kambing.
Yeah.
It's a lamb grill satay traditionally made with Indonesian spices.
Yeah.
And then how was it?
The peanut sauce.
Did you try it in Jalan Jaksa?
Well, in the
Jakarta?
neighborhood of Jalan Jaksa, I can't remember the address, of course, because it's too long ago and I can't really orientate. But at that time, indeed, we went so out of our Losmen, or what was it called, and we went to look for, especially for sate kambing, because it said it was very tasty. I've never tried it before, and it really was. And it's a little story. I asked more and more, and even until I had problems in my stomach because it was so tasty, but wasn't used to it yet, and just traveled for such a long way.
How many sticks did you have back then? How many? Because
well,
how many sticks did you have? 10, 12?
30 or 40.
40. Oh my god.
And I still enjoy very much.
And
when I go, I like that very much. That was my first one, but then I've tried so many things. The fish soups or the grilled fish is so amazing. When you have the fresh fish, and with the bumbu, special bumbu on there. Yeah, fantastic too.
Any other else?
And once, when I was in Flores, I was there in a village, the eastern part of Flores, where they have a lot of Flores. In that way, is very unique. They have, I think it must be about the biggest cashew nuts in the world.
Okay.
So they're really very big. And it's in the eastern part of Flores. And it's the only thing that grows there, together with the kind of palm tree, which they can make, what's it called? Is it moke that they call it in Flores? It's some kind of drink that they can get from the palm trees. But that's the only thing that grows, because it's very dry and it really rains. It doesn't rain a lot there. But and we were in a village which we had contact with, and they actually just had hunted that day, and they hunted a wild boar, I think it's called, right? And so they cooked that freshly, and they make the soup of that, and that was really tasty too. Very fresh herbs, fresh meat.
Great.
Wonderful. Yeah.
I'm already hungry now. Listen to you about that.
That is so, yeah. The Indonesian calendar, as you know, it's so rich and so many different, also with different backgrounds and everything. It's unique. Masakan Padang, I like that very much.
Oh yeah,
too.
masakan Padang is really
like
really common in every
was-
cities in Indonesia.
Padang is amazing too. You know, I was in Padang, and the water in the gutters is actually clear water. It was clear water, and you see how do you say that? Like the fish and everything, you can sometimes see that even there. So it's
we have rendang and then
rendang as
gulai.
well. It's very good as well. True, yeah. Now there's so many things that I like about soto. I like very much too. It's also a very good one. If, for example, you still need to, as a tourist, you still need to get acquainted with the local food and spices and everything to. Just slowly, you can have a soto or something like that. It's a soup, and it's just rich. It's a broth, so it's very healthy, of course, and it's also fresh, and it's not too heavy on the stomach to start with. So don't make the same mistake as I did.
Sate kambing.
Easy, and then discover everything.
Okay. I think several of the audience already have the questions for you, but
Sure.
before I go to the audience, please hold your questions. I still have two more questions for you. Do you ever experience culture shock when you first coming to Indonesia?
That's a very good question. I would say no. Well, I would say yes. I would say yes, and I would say no. I think for me, the shock was bigger when I came back from Indonesia, actually. Especially the first time. Because here, it's as in Europe, people are not from their own nature smiling a lot. And you miss that. And what I also missed is the very green environment that you have in Indonesia. Well, here I live in a city, there's a lot of buildings, so there is a lot of concrete and everything like that. And so that I missed a lot. And then you feel that sometimes when you come back here, you have the feeling, well, in Indonesia, they live with so little, and so although they are very happy, they are very welcoming and friendly. Although life can be very hard on many people in Indonesia, but they are all friendly. And many times, when you go to people and really have a simple life, they're even the most friendly of them all. That is so, and this is a contrast that we have, or most welcoming, let's say. And this is a bit of a contrast that we have, and I really felt that contrast when I came back to Belgium more than when I went there. So you go with all kinds of, well, you're already prepared to see new things that you're going to see, and at that time, of course, the internet, there was almost no internet, so now you would look everything up before you go. At that time, it was not there, so there was a lot of surprises. But when coming back, I think that was the most, at that time you realize how different it is. And I think that was more of the shock at that time.
Oh,
now it's easier. You just switch as you go regularly. I try to go every 2 years. You just switch it to the other, the other state of mind, let's say, and you go again. So yeah.
Oh, okay, great. And do you have any tips for everyone here if they want to come visit Indonesia?
Any special tips? I would just say go with the flow.
Go with the flow.
Go
Just
with
do
the
the
flow.
impulsive things.
Yeah,
We have everything here.
will be an amazing experience. Yes.
Okay. All right. Now I will read several questions from the audience.
Okay.
We have Umroh Mahmudah.
Okay.
Do you want to ask your Umroh Mahmudah? Do you want to ask your questions directly to Martin? If you want, you can open your mic, change your mic to an on mode, and also you can on your screen, camera screen. Oh no, please read it. Okay. So here's the questions. From
Okay.
your experience, what
Yes.
is your advice for Indonesian so that we can grow in terms of lifestyle, social, or anything? What was your suggestion? What is your suggestion for Indonesian people
So,
to a
well,
better society?
yeah. Well, I would think you just have such a rich background. That's the first thing. So that's a basic. It's like a foundation of a house. So I wouldn't throw that away. I really would keep that because that is what makes
Preserve and keep all the
absolutely.
culture.
And the thing about the culture is also it's still very much alive. Um,
Mhm.
it is not something that happened hundreds of years ago and we just keep preserving it. No, it is still very much alive and there's still a lot of new creations within the traditional. For example, in music or in dance, there's still so much innovation in it and so much to explore. And they also combine music from Indonesia with other music from other cultures or even modern music or whatever it can be, and it flows so beautiful together as well. So I think I would think lifestyle. I would say take the best of everything if you can and combine it because the Indonesian people have such a good way to adapt to other people and to absorb different cultures and bring them into one thing that I totally believe that modern lifestyle can be combined very well with a traditional lifestyle as well and live close or in one person together. I would say take the best of both, but I certainly wouldn't, pardon me, throw away what you already have, which is so rich and amazing, and which
Combining the
actually
modern life and
Indonesia
traditional
unique,
way of life.
yeah, and attractive for other cultures to come visit. Because if you would make, let's say, a big building, well, they have that in other places too. But this rich tradition, it's unique, and that is what attracts people there, and their rich nature is unique. The character of the Indonesian people is unique. And that
Happy, always smiling, friendly,
friendly, yeah, welcoming, absolutely.
welcoming.
Yeah. So that's what makes unique, and it's which, let's say, a unique selling point, if you could say that. In more business terms, it's a unique selling point for Indonesia and for Indonesian people itself as well. Yeah, that's.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you
I
for
think
your
that
suggestions.
answers more or less the question.
Yes, absolutely. It already answered the question. So preserve your culture and combine modern life and traditional life to be a better way. Okay. And then the second question coming from Adrian Istani. Hi, Martin. Hi, Adrian. Can you talk about Indonesian festival in Belgium? Have you team participated in any of those? Thank you.
Okay. There was well, of course, with the pandemic, everything is very low. But before that, we had in Antwerp, here where I live, there was a festival. It's called Asia in Antwerp. So it was a special festival for all Asia. And we were asked to do the Indonesian part for that. So we arranged different food stalls with some gadgets as well, and arranged dance and music. Even we had some musicians coming over from Indonesia to perform here together with us, to show, so it is called Asian Antwerp, but it stopped before the pandemic, and I'm not sure whether it will be back in here again. Another one is that we participated is maybe a bit more known, is Pasar Malam
Pasar Malam
in Den Haag, in The Hague.
Oh, in The Hague.
In the Netherlands. We've been there
okay.
several times. And it's a special Pasar Malam who attracts more than 10,000 people a day.
Wow.
And it's a very large area with all kind of stalls and warungs and even coming people from Indonesia to sell their different cultural things, all kind of foods that you can taste. You can even all the fruits you have there from Indonesia. So it's one big Indonesian festival, and the next one is in September. So in The Hague, it is. Yeah.
In The Hague.
Yeah, and now it's called Pasar Tong Tong, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, Pasar Tong Tong.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay. Any other questions from the audience?
Hi, I do have a question, actually.
Okay, Mateo, our MC today, also have a
Hi,
question. Please, Mateo, what is
All
your
right,
question?
so firstly, Om Swastiastu, Mr. Martin.
Om Swastiastu, Mateo.
So yeah, this is a really lighthearted question, but if you have to choose your favorite spot in Bali and Indonesia, what would it be, and like, what's the reason behind that? You know, and if you have some stories behind that, maybe.
Well, my famous spot in Bali would actually be in the village in the mountain where my wife is from. So it's a village. I think they live about 1,000 people in total, and a quarter of them are family. They live on the slopes of a mountain, and they live most there of the coffee and of cloves, so cengkeh. And yeah, I love it there. I can really relax there a lot and refresh there. That's my favorite spot. It's also people are also very welcoming and very kind but simple life, and that's what I enjoy personally. For tourism, what I liked a lot, but what I find quite unique also in Bali then specifically is Ubud. It has changed a lot, I think, lately, because more modern brands have come to settle there, which I don't really find an advantage, but it used to be a very, very cultural place. But at the same time, so many tourists come there, and at the same time they preserve their own traditional culture very much, and that is what I find what I find quite unique, because usually when a lot of tourism comes to a place, which maybe from in Europe, like in beach cities like Tenerife in Spain or Ibiza, once tourism comes there, then everything is about the tourist business, which brings in, of course, generates a lot of income. But then to keep your own culture and very much and take that to enrich your own culture, I think that is a good example. And at the time I was in Indonesia or lived there, it was still very much the case. And I think up till now as well, although a lot of modern brands already have come to Ubud and access is a bit more difficult now, or could take more time to get to that place. I find that a good blend, like we said before about to preserving your tradition, but at the same time take part of modern lifetime, yeah, that's I think that's quite okay. But yeah, as I also said before, there's so many beautiful places that if I mention another one, I should mention others too. And yeah, Matteo, sorry about that, but that's just the way it is. I think every place in Indonesia can be unique in its own. But what I would say is, as advice, if you're a traveler and you really want to explore Indonesian, go of the how do you call that in English? The track, the common track, or how do you say that? So
off the tracks.
How do you say that?
Off the tracks, like
yeah,
off the
tracks,
really popular.
yeah, and explore the new things, and I think that will leave the most yeah, will leave most impressions, I believe. Yeah.
By the way, Martin, can you guess what culture is the outfit of Matteo with peci? You know, any clue?
I'll have to guess. I should know actually, but I have to guess. Is it? I would guess Sulawesi, but I'm not sure.
It is actually coming from the city you first landing in Indonesia.
Oh, really?
Yes.
It
Oh,
comes
I'm
from
so
Jakarta. It's okay. But
That's
we have,
fine.
yeah, I think we also have the common or the same outfit there from Sulawesi as well.
Yes.
Is that correct, Matteo?
I think
I
so.
think.
I think so.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
yeah, so this is Betawi knees, right? If I'm
Yes,
mistaken.
Betawi.
Yeah.
Betawi, okay. But
Yes.
Betawi from Jakarta.
What the
The peci.
Peci.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
kind of a national. That has become a national kind
Yes, yes,
of.
our
Yes.
first presidents and a lot of
Right?
our political figures as well.
Yeah.
They use peci in their political events
Yeah.
and campaign.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So sorry, Maya. Like my friend is asking me to help ask another question. So
Okay, sure.
in behalf of Edgar, he has a question. So how do you think about Belgians' enthusiasm to learn about Indonesian cultures?
Good question. Yeah, I touched that also a little bit before. We don't really have a background within Indonesia, so a history with Indonesia. And Indonesia is very much unknown here. Although once people know it, they like it very much. We've been performing in several places and usually also like it at small festivals or so. They really like the richness of the colors of the Indonesian clothing and the different traditional clothing, which really stands out. If you participate in an international festival for dance, for example, usually Indonesia is top 3 almost every time, wherever it is. So they're very welcome. We have actually in Belgium we have quite some elderly homes. I know that is not really a culture that they have in Indonesia, because usually maybe when I was there, there are not a lot of
with the family
anti-jompo.
Yes.
There's so
usually
the
the
people, the
elder
family
people
take care.
yeah, usually the elderly living with their family.
Exactly, yeah. But what we saw here is when we perform for those people in the elderly home, they are sometimes moved until tears when they see the Indonesian dances. So they can really appreciate it very, very much, the beautiness of it, and yeah.
Thank you, Martin.
Wow.
Yeah, and one thing, like for us Indonesians, if you travel around UK or Europe, we can wear batik as we have over here, and to
Yeah.
promote our culture. You know, like personally, I'm really proud to wear batik because a lot of my friends will ask me like, "Oh, what is this that you're wearing and everything?" So,
Okay.
yeah, really proud of it.
Yeah.
I'm also
You
wearing
know that.
batik, if you notice.
Yes.
Do you
Yeah,
have batik, Mateo? Oh, sorry,
yeah,
Mateo
I have
Martin. Do you have
I have
batik?
sarongs, a lot of batik
Oh,
sarongs, also from Java, and yeah, yeah, I enjoy sometimes wearing a sarong as well when I'm just relaxed at home, and or of course
relaxing.
go to the festival or whatever. And then of course we are wearing traditional clothing, but it's comfortable to wear, of course. Yeah. And yeah, you know, the former South African president, Nelson Mandela, he always wore batik. Yeah? He had this special batik maker, I think it was in the area of Yogyakarta, who made his shirts.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Mateo, do you still have a question with your friends?
No, I think that I've asked enough questions. Sorry for like
Okay.
only one question.
Thank
But
you
thank
very
you,
much,
Martin, for your answer.
Mateo. Edgar,
Sorry for
thank you
not
very
being
much for
able
your
to answer that
questions.
one.
It's okay. Okay, and after this pandemic over, we really hope that there will be a come maybe next year. There will be a time next year when we can travel again and you can come to Indonesia. Do you have a list of places you want to visit when this pandemic over to Indonesia?
Yeah, first of all, of course, I have to meet my parents-in-law and my family. So that's the first thing I will do. And then, yeah, just being there, it's for me, it's really it's more than. But there are so many places I should be able to visit, but I'm not sure I will be able to with the restrictions that I have, of course, with my daughter. So for me, it's a bit limited, but I shouldn't be an example for others. Really, if you can take the chance to explore as much as you can, because yeah, and even if you could travel to Indonesia like every year or every 6 months and see different things. And once you get the bug, yeah, then you will keep going probably.
Okay, if you can recommend 5 places to must visit Indonesia, what are those 5 places?
Yeah, I would
Bali
say
first.
yeah, Bali, sure.
And then?
I would say Yogyakarta for sure.
Yogyakarta.
Yeah. There's so many. Sulawesi can be so beautiful as well, you know.
Sulawesi.
Sulawesi, I would say that would be one of the places I would love to go. And then, yeah,
Sumatra.
I like Bogor very much as well,
Bogor.
because that was my
okay.
my first experience and first impressions of Indonesia. Walking there in the market, I love that so much. Just as the traditional market and small food stalls and any other stalls, and you can just walk up there, try this, to have a chat, just see what's coming. I found that beautiful too. But then yeah, and I should say Flores, but also I like Sumatra. And I actually have to say almost everything that I've been to, you know. So
okay.
Yeah, I like
so
the
please visit.
It doesn't really matter where you go. It
Sites in
doesn't really
Indonesia.
matter. Once you go outside of the city, that's an advice I would have as a traveler. I would go outside of the cities, and there just go explore and don't forget also to maybe not only go to the main islands, which is of course important to go to and have a basic there, but any island you can go there which is not that touristic, have an adventure and try and see how you can get there. You will need maybe some kind of preparation up front for that, because it's what's not everything that is on the let's say on the tourist track. If it's of the tourist track, it's not always organized. But then even you can find people to say, oh, I would like to go there. Is there anyone who can help me get there? And you will get the information in the end and will be able to go there. My advice would be take the time. Take enough time when you go to Indonesia. Don't go for a week or even 2 weeks. If you can, take some extra time off and
1 month,
sure
2 months, a year.
at least take 3 weeks, let's say at least, because
At least 3 weeks.
Yeah, distances in Indonesia are not close. In Belgium, I must say we travel 1 or 1 hour and a half, and we are already in a foreign country, right? But in Indonesia, distances are quite big, and also the time to travel, it takes quite a lot of time to travel, or it can take quite a lot of time, because you have to go through mountains maybe, and the more off track you go, the more challenging the roads will be as well, to go somewhere. So just you need to take the time for that. And so, yeah.
At least 3 weeks.
That would be my advice, yeah.
Okay. And we also have another questions from Farida Fos. Martin, what do you think about public transportation in Indonesia? Which one is your favorite? Do you ever use bajai as your transportation? Do you know bajai?
Yeah, so it's like becak.
Yes.
Yeah, the bajai
we
is
have the machine.
With the machine, right? Yeah. I did in Jakarta. Yes, I like that. I had the becak in Bandung before. I don't know whether they're still active at the moment, because of course the cities are growing and that brings some challenges. And I like the BEMO very much, the angkutan umum, angkut, or
Yeah,
I used to travel a lot with that. Yeah.
Oh, angkutan umum, all right.
Yeah.
The public car.
I used to travel when I traveled a lot. I used to travel that way. Yeah. And what is also a good way of traveling, especially when you're not alone, is to rent a car with a driver who can bring you anywhere.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
Which is, compared to Europe, is not that expensive. So once you're with a couple of people, you can share the load, let's say, and get yourself a personal driver, and he can really bring you anywhere you want to go, and then try to go to places that are a bit off the track. You can travel by tourist bus as well, but then you will only see the places that the bus stops. But if you arrange a bit of personal travel, then you can really also, it's much easier to go off track. What I did as well is with the, what's it called? Oh, I forgot the name. On the back of the bicycle,
in the back of the bicycle? Do you
Ojek.
Ojek, oh, okay.
Yeah, with Ojek I traveled also.
We already have the application to manage that now. So it will be a lot of easier if you want to summon them to your locations, and they take you anywhere, and it's cheaper than you rent public transportation like taxi or rent a car. So maybe
there's even an application, even better. At the time, there was not, so it was, yeah.
Okay, all right. Do you have any other questions out the audience? Maybe about the tips or anything anymore to Martin? If you don't have, I have another questions for you. You already tried the food, and then you already traveled to several wonderful sites in Indonesia, and you also already know the culture. You learned the culture. Compare these three things: culture, food, and tourism sites. Which one for you is the most unique about Indonesia?
Yeah,
culture versus tourism sites versus the food.
It's I would say culture, but because culture includes the food and includes the
food.
You're touching three really strong points of Indonesia, right?
Okay.
The richness of the culture, the richness of the food, which is, you just cannot list it all up, what kind of foods are there. and the local kind of, oh, they're so good. And then of course the tourist places or the places you can go and see, they're just uncountable, like those many islands that we said, right? So no, it's a very, I would say culture, and that includes everything.
Okay, my mistake. I should break it down a little bit more. So the culture is your favorite. It's really unique from Indonesia. Thank you very much, Martin, for your story, for your impression, for anything that you
You're
already share
welcome.
in this. Do you have any closing statements about Indonesia and to all the people maybe in here who plan to go travel to Indonesia?
Yeah, first of all, I wish you all the best, and hope we can get through this pandemic on healthy terms, right? And after that, we will be able to travel again, and by traveling, we will be able to support also many locals who are really having a very, very difficult time at the moment, because many places in Indonesia depend on tourism, and their income is just has gone. There's nothing left. So they're really going through a tough time. And so once we were able to travel, and we can, except if we enjoy it, everything of it, we can also support the locals, Indonesian. I think that would be great. And yeah, just let's hope that it all will get well, and that's the first thing, and all the rest will come. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Martin Scott. Please give a round of applause for Martin Scott. Thank you very much. It's a very great discussion. Unfortunately, we have a limited time, so I must end the discussion here. But if you have more questions, don't hesitate maybe to reach out Martin via message in his social media, or you can also contact us, the committee. We will be glad to answer all of your Indonesian culture related questions. Once again, thank you very much, Martin, for your time. Also, thank you very much for all our participants. I hope after this pandemic over, Indonesia will be the first thing in your mind for your next adventure. Get back to you, Mateo.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Maya, and thank you so much, Mr. Martin. I really enjoyed the talk, and I'm pretty sure that everyone over here got a lot of insight regarding Indonesia. And honestly, I actually want to learn Balinese dance. I did one Balinese dance when I was a little kid, but I'm pretty sure that was not the accurate version of it. But it was really fun, but it was really intricate because you have to look around with your eyes and twist around and everything. But it's really fun thing, especially since I'm a dancer. All right, so moving on the event, it's now the time for a fun quiz. So this quiz will be done on Kahoot. And to join, you can open kahoot.it and enter the game pin on the screen. So you can open the website www.kahoot.it as seen on the screen and enter the game. And please register with your Zoom name. Please register with your Zoom name to ease in the process, as we will select 3 winners, which will be eligible to win amazing prizes today in the form of vouchers. So there will be 6 questions related to today's event. And again, we will select 3 winners, and please do register with your Zoom name. And pay a close attention as time matters in Kahoot. And we will give you around 3 minutes to register for the game. All right, wait a little bit. We have a small technical difficulty. So while waiting, I personally have a personal tie with Bali. Yeah, I personally have a personal tie with Bali, as me and my family used to go there every single year, and we really like all tourists, we really enjoy going to Seminyak. And oh, we're back. So Please join the website www.kahoot.it and enter the game pin as seen over here. And please register according to your Zoom name. All right, we have Tamado, Reliza, Nita, Samba, a lot of people. And again, 3 people will be eligible for an amazing prize. All right. Maybe the host wants to turn on the Kahoot music because the music is really catchy. Yeah. Kahoot is like a really fun way to play it. And we'll wait for another minute and a half. So anyone over here that wants to win a prize, please enter the game with your Zoom name so the host will approach you right after the game and pay attention as time matters. The prize will be Amazon vouchers. The first winner will get a £40 worth of Amazon voucher. Meanwhile, the second and third winner will get £30 worth of Amazon voucher. All right, give another minute. And we'll start. All right, so let us start in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Pay attention. 3, 2, 1. So it's starting for a quiz. What is the traditional cloth of the Batak people of North Sumatra? This is kind of tough, but you know, if you paid attention to today's event, you will know the answer. Come on. Batik, ulos, songket, or lurik? Which one is it? Time's up. Oh, 22 people got correct. That's amazing. Let's see who's the top. So, Fallon is the first one, followed by Putra, Maisara, Amelia, and Meita. Next question. A true or false question. So according to the video, Jakarta has 45 museums that we currently can visit. Is this true or false? Come on. If you paid close attention to the wonderful Indonesia video, you'd know this question. 18 people got it correct. So they paid attention to the video. So Beatrice is the first one, followed by Amelia, Malia, Maisara, and Hadiano. Let's go. What batik is shown in the video when a traveler visited Yogyakarta? Is it Parakusumo, Mega Mendung, Rara Jongrang, or Sekar Jagad? Another video from the wonderful Indonesia video. Come on. This one's pretty tough. Only 11 got it correct this time. A lot of people answered Sekar Jagad, but apparently no, it's not the correct answer. Next question, please. So let's see. Oh, Maisara was the first one, followed by. Yeah. Moving on to the fourth question. Which one of the destinations below that were not visited by the traveler in the initial video? Is it Bali, Labuan Bajo, Jakarta, or Surabaya? Wonderful Indonesia indeed. I love that building, by the way. It reminds me of Many people got it correct. Congratulations, it's Surabaya indeed. So let's see. Maisara is still in the first place, followed by Malia, Ernie, Pauline, and Amelia. Let's go. This one, you need to type in the answer and it has to be exact. So, where's the home of the last dragon in the world? You see these two reptilians grappling, wrestling against each other. Fun fact, this animal has a venomous gland. Let us see. Okay. We got a lot of variations, but they're pretty accurate. Komodo Island, Pulau Komodo and Komodo. Congratulations. Let's see who's on the top this time. Malia moved up, followed by Ernie, Pauline, Maisara, and Ahadiano. And lastly,
Do they have the
what fruit is mentioned in the lyrics of the Kicir Kicir song?
Francisco's food?
Is it semangka, pisang, melon, or manga? People got it correct this time. So let's see who are the winners. Let us see. All right, the third place is Maisara. Second place is Pauline. And the first place goes to Ernie. Congratulations to all of the winners. And I would like to invite all of the winners to turn on their video for a short photograph. So can all of the winners mention just now? Turn on your video. It's Ernie, Pauline, and Maisara. All right, we got Ernie over here. And Maisara. Oh, there's Pauline and Maisara. All right, can the host highlight three of them? All right. There's Ernie, there's Pauline, and Maisara. All right. So let's take a picture in 3, and 3, 2, 1. All right. One more time in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. All right. So thank you very much for the winners. So the first winner will get £40 worth of Amazon voucher, followed by second and third winner will win £30 worth of Amazon voucher. So the host will contact you as soon as possible to arrange the collection of the prize. Right? So now, sadly, oops, let's add myself to the spotlight. Yeah, so now we have come to the end of today's event. And we know that the online event isn't the most ideal. So we would like to give you a sneak peek of how it could have been offline. So we would like to present the Angklung performance of Festival Indonesia 2019. Enjoy. We really do miss offline events. And I'm pretty sure that everyone here shares the same sentiment. And okay, we have come to the end of our event. But before that, let us all turn on our video and let's take a photo to commemorate the event. And since there are multiple pages, I'm going to start from the first page. So untuk semua teman-teman yang ada di sini, kita akan berfoto bersama. Tapi karena ada banyak page, kita akan mulai dari page pertama, page kedua, page 3, dan seterusnya. Alright, so can everyone turn on their video? We want to take a picture to commemorate this amazing event today. All right, so a lot of people have turned on their video and there are 4 pages in total. So, all right, so let us take the picture. So I'll give some commands. I'll start with 3, 2, 1, and cheese. All right, so the first page, let's take the picture and 3, 2, 1, cheese. All right, so moving on to the second page and 3, 2, 1, cheese. The third page and the last one. Let's move on in 3, 2, 1, cheese. All right, thank you very much, everyone. And last but not least, okay, let me highlight myself again. Last but not least, we would like to thank the sponsors, Bank Indonesia, Kemenparekraf, and also the Indonesian Embassy for the United Kingdom, Mr. Kasan, Dr. Desra, Mr. Gatot, Mr. Arif, Ms. Nis, Mr. Martin, Ms. Maya, Mr. Ogi, and all of the PPI Scotland presidents, the beautiful ladies and beautiful people from TIS, and also all of the audiences today. And last but not least, a special shout out to all of the Festival Indonesia 2021's committee members. Thank you and see you next year. Sampai jumpa. Thank you everyone for attending. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the event. Can you guys hear the song? So this is Akat by Payung Teduh, one of my favorite bands in Indonesia. And they usually play this song in weddings, by the way. But no one's getting married anytime soon. So yeah. All right, so we'll be closing the meeting in 30 seconds. Kita akan close meeting dalam 30 detik. So see you everyone. Bye-bye.